All right. Mic check. 1, 2. Too Legit City on the mic. We're in. It is going to be time, boys, for the oxygen not included. So we got a new mic today, testing things out. Hopefully we're at a good level and everything sounds a-okay. We did a little bit of testing before getting into the Onis, but I think we should be good. Mamba's on the cam, and we're getting back into the Baator Mamba playthrough. We're almost done vacuuming the sour gas. So we're at micrograms throughout the entire 3,000 tiles of space. So I think that means we're going to be ready to get started soon, because we're going to have a vacuum, and then we could safely do a lot of the gas pumping. The sour gas boiling. All right, we are in. Oh, we have a new dupe waiting for us, huh? No shine bug eggs. Too many. Oh, everything's flooded. None of this is gonna work. They're still able to eat the sucrose. That's the funny thing. And he just pooped out ethanol. They're cool. They're chilling, man. They could swim. Three weeks until summer. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's right. Summer vacay, baby. Summer vacay. Why do critters drown if they survive vacuum? Water is scary, dude. Water is scary time. I'm just saying, man, the water is scary time. Okay, so for the most part, everything's going pretty well. We allowed a little bit of dirt to get pulled out, so we have hot tiles. It's kind of my fault, but we don't really need the calories, so we're fine. We're gonna pump up all the ethanol and then mop this up. I'm doing 3 weeks of part-time for summer school. Oh, nice. Classic summer school. You gotta do what you can, man. I remember I talked with some teachers back when I was in school. And they were like, yeah, man, people think that being a teacher is cool because you get summer off. And then they're like, you don't get paid during summer. And they were like, yeah, man. So it's like, you know, a lot of times you do summer school, but, you know, not everyone's going to be able to get that job. Some people are just going to be taking the time off. But it's one of those things, man. You think it's like purely a boon, but it technically isn't. It really do be like that sometimes. But yo, man, get that summer vacay on. 3 weeks of part-time for summer school is not that bad. Oh, you get an annual salary, so it doesn't change. Oh, wow. Do you get more for doing summer? Hey, man, we're going to add a little bit more to how much you get. All right, Naptha, we did a little bit of pre-pumping here. We're probably gonna have to run a pipe through here. It's more, I think. That's nice. Oop, autosave flag. Get a little bit of prep on the Naptha. We know that we're probably gonna have to run it like this. Should be fine, should be fine. Yeah, a lot of them have second jobs. Yeah, I heard that's very common for teachers. They gotta get paid, man. All right. Anyone in space? No. Okay, that's fine then. We might want to do a little bit of scanning here. Question mark. Ice planet. Wouldn't mind going through a little bit that way. So we should have the food. This shouldn't be a big problem. No meteor showers coming in, so we might as well do this. I'm surprised that my rockets have held up here. My ladders, the rocket launch has not been... Oh, ha. I never charged my rockets. I'm surprised about this. I would imagine my ladders would have melted already, but they haven't. This is really impressive. This is Mafic, dude. This melts at... Oh, 1400. That's not too bad at all. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. So if you guys remember, we have 100 tons of solid carbon dioxide here, but it's at negative 90 degrees. So the problem is that it is not warming up at all. I don't know if we're going to be able to catch it. Geek nodes. All right, we're still going to be sweeping out items here as the classic. We got to keep doing this. What if you throw batteries at it? I don't know if it's going to do anything. Because the problem is that we had steam produce here. You know what I'm saying? We had steam produce. And it did nothing. You know what we could try, though? Extracting the heat from the abyssalite forcefully. We're gonna put an aluminum temp shift plate right here. Hopefully that makes it a little bit better. I want to see that CO2 cloud just form and expand. I just want to see that happen, man. One time. Alright, we're still doing a little bit of liquid shenanigans here. We should be allowed to do this. Warm abyssalite's not too bad. And then dormancy, dormant. Nice. We need a full seal this. We got the analysis already done. 16 cycles. And then, oh, this is dormant now. We clear this now. That's probably going to be bopping this. Alright, man. Stop burning yourself. And then we're going to want a ladder here to here, here to here. Wait, that doesn't work. Here to here. Because we want to spill this way. Yeah. We're gonna seal this one up next. We got the dormancy. We're gonna be able to spill that out a little bit. Maybe push the glass over. That would be kind of nice. And we're still doing... Man, I want to not have contact here. I might just have to leave it though, to be honest. At some point, we're going to stop doing heat transfer here. But yeah, I think we will be able to do a horizontal heat spike instead. Remove this bottom layer and get a box right here. And then try to vacuum seal that. Kind of like a layer like this. It should be pretty good. The batteries are healthy. We're still sweeping out the items. Ice temp shift plates. We're still going through this. And we are pumping out the liquids. New mic sounds good. Thank you, Ghost Rider. Good stuff. We were fiddling with these settings for the longest time at the beginning of the stream. So it's good to hear that, you know, that it's doing pretty well. Alright, we're gonna need to get a new res. Oh, I could mop this already. Let's go. We gotta stop the ethanol from flooding the buildings. That way it works. Oh look, we have a grub in here chilling. This grub is gonna be chilling in the bedrooms. He's gonna be a big body pillow. Would you guys buy a grub body pillow? Doing one of those anime girl poses. It's on its back. You see the little legs. Finally able to make that critter drop. Nice. Critter drops are sweet, dude. You get to drop things inside of a packed space. I was with you until you said the anime waifu poses. Like, how else would you pose the grub? You know what I'm saying? How else would you pose it, dude? Draw me like one of your French girls. Susumu, I see you over there. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. Gonna be releasing this building melted temp shift plates. Nice. So that means we turn this back on again. Oh, I don't have a sweeper here. I was thinking of a grub body pillow that was just a grub. Squishmallow, or however you spell it. What's a squishmallow? I can't say I'm familiar with that. Maybe that's why. I'm just not familiar. It's just giant soft plushies. Oh. Creature in the sleeping area suddenly having flashbacks of early Oni and Hatch eating dupes while sleeping on the floors. Don't worry, grubs only eat sugar. Dupes are salty. They be peeing all the time. Large teddy bears out of different critters, both real and fake. It sounds like you go to the mall back in the days and you had the Build-A-Bear factory. Is it like that? Kawaru, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Used to be good gifts. A lot of the knockoffs now. Yeah. Feels bad. Knockoffs everywhere. I feel like I'm not using Transformers right. All I see is I'm getting a heat generator. Ah, so Transformers are a heat generator because the building itself has to store the power and it acts as a battery. It's good when you're doing a heavy cable to a thinner cable. If you're doing the same cable, it doesn't really make sense. Now, depending on what you're trying to do, you could do a inverse transformer too, where you take a power generator and put a transformer on that and feed that into a main grid a little bit better. A lot of times you might do that with steam turbines. That way you pull off like a thin wire and feed it into a heavy watt. But it's, yeah, I feel like you don't really want to get transformers until you need to have them. I have large battery and smart battery bank. Does that replace the need for a transformer? No, the transformer never replaces the need for battery storage. They replace the need of building wires. That's what transformers are for. They don't replace the batteries. They replace the wires that you would need. So if you're using a heavy watt that's refined metal, you could instead use metal ore for thin wires at 1000 watts each, which makes it so that you don't have to, you know, burn through the refined metal as easily, right? The difference between building this wire and it's 100 refined metal per, conductive at 25, or regular wire that's the ore base. That's what you're replacing with the having of the transformer. Yeah, basically like this. The heavy watt goes into the feed in and you feed out with the thin wires. And then the major difference is the decor penalty. This is -20 for tile. It's ugly. You realistically don't want this because if it's too ugly, your dupes get sad. They wake up and all they see is the ugly wires that don't look like a server room, and they're like, why do we do this? That's what I had done. Good to know I'm on the right track. Nice. But yeah, it's really for just distribution with a different material type and preventing the decor penalty from bopping everything. Yep, Geek is right, man. Both directions work. I like the overvolting proofness of transformers. I wish they had a wire that matched the heavy one. This one. I wish they had a 4K wire. Or, you know, like, why is this at 4K? Makes no sense sometimes. Fell into the novice trap. You only need 1 smart battery per gen. That is true. You really don't need batteries unless you're constantly running a gen because you have to, like the geothermal setup. Or solar. That's another option as well. Alright, we gotta move some items in. It is strange they don't have a 4K wire. Yeah, man. I don't know why. They do be like that sometimes. Alright, let's build the Electrum setup here that we would need. We could still analyze. Moving out the stuff shouldn't be too bad. Just trying to box up our volcanoes. Let it fill up. Ooh, we could mop this. That doesn't really help us though. We will need to mop this style. Moving out the items. Looking kind of hot. Put this on sweep only. We'll let that kind of go through its thing. Still charging the rad boat rockets though. Meteor shower on a sister planet. Not actually us, so that's not too bad. Food, everything is good here. I'm now wondering, do picture pumps work on top of Volcano? No, they don't. There's collision. Yeah. Exactly what Zerik's talking about. Oh no, that's gonna overheat. Okay. Actually, let's just decon this and build a new one here. The gold. God damn it. Mop it up, boys. Now, if you want to clean this up and you have a vacuum, what you typically do is you temp shift plate with something like obsidian. The temp shift plate resets to 45, and then it will heat up and average out the temperature of the magma. And then it would typically cause it to solidify into igneous. So that is going to be a way to do that. It's not a bad thing. What's going on, Andy? Welcome in. We got the new mic, baby. How you doing, Andy? Bit of popping? What does popping mean? Pop, pop. What does do be the pop? I don't know if I understand. I don't hear popping. I don't know, lol. I'm surprised reactions are mixed. When you first say something, it pops. I don't know what that means. Is there, you got an example? Help me out with an example. Try some sentences beginning with plosiveness. What's plosives? What's that? Pop, pop. What are explosives? I don't know if I understand. Explosives? Explosives. Alright, we don't want to get next to raid. Oh no, we have this one discovered. So we could just fly straight through. Okay. Syllables. It's time to go abductor. Syllables, you said pop filters would protect against. Oh. Suckering, succotash. That's the phrase, right? Ah, suckering, succotash. I didn't say that right, I don't think. Dynamite still married. Once divorced, they become explosives. Damn. I see you over there. Still in the MCGs, doing all right. Hunter brings up a good point. You don't want batteries, because normal batteries have that problem. And you only want a bank of batteries if you, just like you said, have something that you need to capture so that you could make it through, like, you know, nighttime. Steam turbines, if they have to be running to keep an area cool down and you're just getting power from them, geothermal setups are pretty much the idea for that. And a lot of times you gotta, you know, what was I saying? I lost track of what I was saying. Feels bad. Yo, man. Andy, could you clip something, or can you not clip for now? I want to see some examples of that. Hopefully, I'll be able to like fix this, whatever the issue is. This is for optimal setup. Game doesn't need optimal setup most of the time. Yeah, you get by without having it. The words will never know. Yeah, I got you video. I'm gonna post it in Discord. Nice, let's go. Definitely want a lot of batteries for plug slug. Yeah, and those guys, man, they dump all the power at night. Classic plug slug shenanigans. All right, we're gonna re-ice this. This is at a decent temp, but we still want to keep cooling it. All right, so by the time we actually build this, the water is going to be drained out. Classic. All right, now we just got to build the temperature plate, so we'll move more stuff out, try to extract as much as we can. Pop filtering testing is constants like PBTK that cause air bursts. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. And sibilants, sharp S and SH sounds. Far too many years of DJ work. I see you, Susumu. But yeah, it's weird, man. You go into like bike stuff like that. That stuff is, you know, a lot of times something that it's like more nuanced. It requires, yeah, you know, experience in the field. I see you over there, Susumu. I didn't know you was a DJ. Did you guys know Susumu used to be a DJ and used to work at Club Shambhala in Canada? He's moved on from that. Too many mooses breaking into the club. And he found out that it was because his EDM music was producing a frequency of noise that would attract the moose. Done. Nice. Appreciate you, Andy. We'll check that out after stream. I don't think I'll be able to do it now, but yo, man, I appreciate that. That said, I did not catch any of the common pommet indicators. Also, mostly karaoke jockey instead of actual DJ work. Hey, man, that works. That's fine. Can't be too mad about that. Popping crackle. Like we doing a lightning spell. I cast Thunderbolt. And you start hearing the air kind of just breaking. Oh, the gold became a tile. That's annoying. Alright, we'll be fine with that. So with this, we can get the obsidian tiles here. And then probably like that. Let's get this tile. This should be safe now, that we should be able to do all of this. Definitely casting lightning bolt from your eyes and fireballs from your ears. Let's go. Maybe it depends on if you're listening with headphones or not. Hey, that's a good point. Yeah, the headphones things is a thing. It really do be a headphone sometimes. Geeks finally figured out how they got the name of the real company. This technically works, right? All right, let's let them build this out. And melted. Start moving stuff out again. Okay, we are going to be scanning this side. We're going to be ready to scan down another dupe. Try to go out to the bottom, maybe. Noise canceling headphones. The intended experience. All right, we'll go here. Go Cam Jack. Yeah, food, right? That's kind of important for this guy. He looks good. And it sounds like when I don't use drivers for my headphones. Sounds that bad, huh? Dang, that's tough. It sounds like when I'm not using my audio drivers. That bad? We're gonna try to extract out the heat from the abyssalite. It's working. Oh, look at that. This temp shift plate is working. Liquefiable. Solid carbon minus 114. All right, it's gonna be a while. Yeah, I do have a phone mic cover. I do. Take the bliss burst. That time, appreciate the lurks, geek. Should I try to pull it off? I'm scared now. All right, this is without the pop filter. I don't know if this sounds any different. The foam is meant to, I should put it back on then, right? So this is no pop filter. That's no good. All right, we put the filter back on. I will say that I have always had a foam pop filter on my mic, even previously. Oh, okay. The pop filter screen. All right, so there's a pop filter that's like the circle and it's a mesh on the inside. I'm not using that. I instead just have the foam that's on the mic itself. I can't really tell. Feels bad, man. But yeah, this pop filter, foam filter on the mic, no plastic, no. Everything looks good. You know. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Steam, baby. We're randomly generating steam for no reason. Dude, the solid carbon dioxide is taking forever to warm up, man. The accumulated mass is a little bit too dank. Yeah, we're just gonna have to let that do its thing for a while then, it looks like. Like, we have super coolant inside, that's a funny thing. You know what actually might be okay here? Putting super coolant like this with the temp shift plate now and making it so that the pool of super coolant stays there. Because there is a lot of heat here, we just got to extract it. No, man, you gotta be safe when messing with dry ice. Gotta be safe, man. Alright, we're gonna probably need to do another exchange. Shouldn't be too bad. And the gas pressure here is in 200 mcgs. We're almost there. Take the ice. Did a bunch of dry ice experiments for school. Outreach back in the college chem club. Oh, I see you guys. Y'all had the science fair. Really fun. Pretty safe. You gotta have the lab coats, the eye washing stations. All that good stuff. New mic. I don't have exclamation point mic. Feels bad. Heavy Hank, welcome in. Kids love pushing pennies on dry ice pellets. That's a thing. I did see the thing where they do dry ice and they do zero friction rotation. I thought that was kind of cool. Oh. Makes them scream. Little kids are statistic. Feels bad, man. New mic sounds clearer. Maybe it is. I'm actually trying to find out if it actually is. What's going on though, Heavy Hank? Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. Oh, I was like, why are the kids screaming? Maybe it's just super hype. That's the first thing that came to mind. Oh man, the kids are screaming. I guess they're super hype about the stuff, I guess. I'm good. Yeah, good day. Nice. Awesome. First day of May, dude. New month. Gonna be good times. Oh, I see. The new generation of kids, huh? Feels bad. We got the analysis. Moved out the data banks, I think. There's nothing here, right? Yeah. Alright, seal this up, and then we'll get the seal in. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the volcanoes boxed up, ready to be shipped out. So what are you gonna do after sour gas? We're gonna make more. We're gonna boil the naphtha right here. You know what I should do? I should make the sour gas chiller first. Now that I'm thinking about it. That might be what I should be doing first. Not actually sure how we want to do this. Because I don't know how much space we're going to need. Because we're going to have to put a heat sink down to here. Pull the heat out. And then boil all the naphtha. Naphtha has great stats though. So it's going to mean that a lot of heat's going to be soaked up from the magma. A lot of diamond. There's rock gas here. So it's going to be a lot of heat for us to pull. I would start at the end and go to the beginning, maybe wonder what I'm doing with all the methane. So the methane is going to be power source after we're done extracting the heat from the volcano. And then I don't want to run out, right? So I guess that means I should make a spot to effectively run natty gas gens and then feed it natural gas. So infinite gas storage. How many gens are you going to run? Enough. I am not going to be power planting, so I'm just going to be running on a smart battery, feeding these batteries still, probably. Yeah, it's probably just space constraints. And then where I actually want my transformers. That would honestly probably be it. Moving out some of the wires. So given how this works, I'm thinking we should probably have it here by the batteries. So I guess we could start making a natty gas area. Yeah, I don't need to scale up the natty gas. As long as, you know, they're able to keep up with our power demands, we're not really too bad. We're also burning petroleum here with the ethanol. So it's like, yeah, we kind of don't really need that because we have so much of this because we're doing sulfur for sucrose. And then we feed these guys and then we're just getting ethanol. So we have like decent power right now. I just wouldn't mind. Probably want a big steam room. I'm thinking about that. All right, so let's do a little bit of proper alignment. So ladder here, and then ladder here. Okay. And then we could just build our insulated setup here. I probably want to make sure we don't use this as a proper permanent ladder then. And then I'm probably not going to care about the heat transfer too much. Yeah. All right, so I don't think this is going to be something we need anymore. Just get rid of that. We might adjust the ladder slightly. We might just remove it and make them go around. Oh yeah, shovel planet. Let's go. 2 more. And we still have 12 tiles. Okay, that's not too bad. Here we need to go. Probably here. Yeah, we're gonna scan these clusters. It should be fine. And we got 2 here. We go here and then we could go back. And we should be able to scan that tile. There is this cluster up top too, which we'll probably have to go back for. All right, we're gonna start getting some of the rooms built that I imagine would be kind of nice. Looks like we will want to rely on this as a proper ladder, dude. To run the Electroman, I guess. Actually, let's not do that yet. I just realized the ladders are going to be hot. We might want to rebuild everything. Dude, the ladders at 180 Celsius. Opening this room, the ladders are going to bop everything. Kind of, not really. All right, we're going to be getting the power plant room. So these gens are how wide? 4. This is 5. We barely get anything. We're probably gonna need 2 floors. Now that I'm looking at it, which means I probably have to change up this floor right here. Which is fine. Sweeping out items still, not too bad. Moving out the items as well. Ooh, snazzy suit. Probably don't need that yet. Still scanning. We can't reach this. I want to grab that. And then if we could sneak that in, that'd be sweet. Okay, finished sealing the geyser here. Analysis complete. 30 cycles. If my dupes aren't... I mean, they're sweeping the other spot, so they're going to have a lot to do for now. This is going to be the next one to box up. And then we might want to break into here at some point today. Although I do probably want to get this done first. So let's imagine this goes out, right? We're going to run the gens. They are short, so it's a good chance we might want to do the electrum here. And then we're gonna stagger this so that we could deconstruct this floor. Electrum's inside, sedimentary's inside, so it's like they're using the hot material to build, which is pretty good. So we're gonna have the natty gas. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And then we get another 1, 2, 3. Pretty good. We're gonna need to pump all the polluted water that leaks out. Okay, let's get rid of this. Then we'll add all the mesh here. Then we're gonna need a liquid lock to come in. 1, 2, 3, so that these 3 doesn't really mean too much. Yeah, that's 12. And then we want the liquid to fall down. I guess for the sake of it, like you would want it here, right? To min-max the space, but a 1 tile area doesn't help us for anything. A little bit unfortunate. We will want to capture all the pea water and be able to pump it out. So we do the 3. Falls down, so there's solid tiles here. Right? That makes sense. We get 6 gens. That's a healthy amount. Okay, we might want to move this over and put a pump here. That's actually, I think, good idea. And then I'm thinking that means this is a good ladder spot. Yeah. Not gonna build the pump now. Let's get that in. And then this, I guess, could be the smart battery. Yeah. It's starting to come together. Not too bad, not too bad. Probably have the joint plate right here. We will use lead because it doesn't overheat. Okay, that breaks into there. The heat in here will be kind of contained, but it's not like we're gonna be able to like do too much. I may want to put in some solid tiles and run radiant pipes over it. Just kind of has a heat transfer mechanism. That would probably be solid tiles on the edge then. The power gen's active tile is going to be where the power socket is, so it's going to be second. So that means something like this is probably okay. Solid tile in the corners. And then here. I think just a single solid tile should be good. Of course, we're not going to build the gas gens yet, so we plan to go up and down here, which kind of means we kind of have the liquid lock here. Wouldn't be too bad. Might have to adjust though, right? Because it's going to look like this. Then we'll likely want that, and then we're gonna probably want suits to get in, and then all this hot abyssalite is gonna be chilling there. forget about the hot abyssalite sometimes. Okay, we got to do another ice exchange. This is ready. We're not going to go to the shovel planet. Shovel planet's going to be, you know, I don't want to lag, so we're going to avoid doing that. Wow, you built this fast, Unfocused. All right, let's slow that down. Slow your roll. You guys are a little bit too diligent. All right, building the ice so we can continue sweeping the stuff out. This is going to be a makeshift room for us. It would make sense that we would have this kind of be a wall. And then we just have space here. Maybe a intermediate liquid res wouldn't be a bad idea. We might actually want to put Electrum here just to make it look a little bit better. And then I do want the lip. It's not going to line up with the outside, but that's fine. So we're going to run solid tile lip there. And then the big thing is that we're going to need to have suits coming in. So we're going to need suits. Okay, that's going to be fun. Let's just let this finish building this. This is going to impede the way of the vacuum, but hopefully it's fine. The tiles are not going to be getting warmed up by the MCGs. Still idle. We probably might want to start clearing around this. All right. Yeah, there's this tile that we could probably start pumping. And then it looks like we're not going to need this anymore. We're not going to need that anymore. We're going to start removing some of the obsidian from here. Building melted up top. Oh, they put stickers in here. Nice. And it looks like we're almost done sweeping this. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, actually, pretty fast. Pretty fast. Wow, Mike does have an interesting effect. What's going on, Etsuritsu? Welcome in. Do I sound better or worse? Let me know the feedback. Today's been a weird day because I've been hearing it from all over the place. I have heard that it was good. I've also heard that it was bad. So let me know what you think. All right, we're gonna head back for now. How's the other dude? All right, so here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, I'm gonna be greedy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's exact. Hopefully we don't get wrecked. And I did count pretty better. What's going on, D-Mayor? Welcome in. Look at that cutie over there. I know, man. That cutie's Mamba. He's a cutie pie. I feel like that you are whispering to my ear with this mic. I am not. I don't know if that's good or bad. Do you like to be whispered in your ears? I don't know if people are about that life. Doing pretty good. Awesome, awesome. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. New mic check day. Need to see how we sound on the 1s and 2s. No noise at all. I have... Dude, this... So normally it's like you get cheap... Oh, it happened. It finally happened. The thick smoke. Oh, dude. Let's go. I have 100 tons of solid carbon dioxide here. I still do. I still got another 100 tons still. You guys can see that, right? Solid carbon dioxide. At least 99. Dude, look at that thickness, man. This looks like LA. Y'all ever been to LA? Have you guys ever been to Los Angeles? There's something we have over here called the LA smog. Kind of looks like this. Dynamite Frankie coming in with a tier 1. Thank you so much. Welcome to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enjoy the emote 20 as ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub bat. But yo, man, appreciate you. Thank you so much. I see you over there. You got me with the CO2 explosion. Let's go, boys. Somehow polluting wins. That's probably not good to tell the kids. But you know what? I'll take it. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, man. It isn't that bad these days. Maybe in the 70s. Dude, man, I didn't think it was that bad until I went to a museum. There is a... So it's like... Cali looks like this, right? Y'all know how Cali looks like, the state. Big banana. So LA is like this spot right here, right? I went to a museum that was right here on the side. No, I went to the Getty. On the side of LA. It's basically LA still, but it's like right there geographically. It's right by the water. And you know, at the Getty, you're up the mountain. And what happens is that since you're up the mountain, you're kind of like at a higher elevation level. I looked down towards downtown and I was like, okay, I see it now, dude. The smog is bad. I did not realize how bad the smog was when you're in it. But when you go to like the Getty and you're high up and you're looking down at it, you're like, holy sh, this is... It looks so bad, dude. It kind of do look like this. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Yo, man. Really do be like that sometimes. We chilled the Abyssalites so fast. It used to be worse, yeah. It used to be worse. It's still pretty bad, man. Dude, we chilled this Abyssalite so fast. That's kind of impressive. It is not going to heat transfer more than this, though. Could see it as you're driving towards LA and see the haze. Yeah. Happy that it's better, but it's still, you know, I could see why we got that reputation here, you know. It's not looking too great. But, you know, LA is still pretty nice. I'm a fan of LA still. Still a fan. LA's cool. We got an exchange student from New York last year, and he talked a lot about the air difference. His allergies were gone the whole semester. Dude, yeah. I have had the same thing happen, but reverse. There was a homie that came from Japan. And we met him because we was playing basketball at the gym. And this dude is like my height. But then he dunked in-game. I was like, damn, this guy got the 40-inch vertical. But, you know, man, you're playing pickup. Someone dunks, you go, okay, man, we're not trying to get dunked on. You start to realize that they really him. So what happened was that, you know, we started talking, started hanging out. And he was talking about how when he first got to California, the air quality was so bad. He started breaking out with acne all over his face. He was like, it was like being in middle school again and just breaking out. I was like, damn, is it that bad? I didn't realize it. And he was talking about how it was just so different over here. Then he said, though, but after a while, you get used to it. He wasn't even here for a year yet. I think he was only here for a few months. Like, it was in... I mean, it's Cali. Wintertime, you know, you're still outdoors playing basketball. It's not that bad. But it was like he was only here for like the few months since the semester started. Even Hollywood gets it too, unless you're on the water on the coast. Yeah. It doesn't help that the forest fire. You know what I'm saying? Do be like that sometimes. Has kind of like removed a lot of trees. And those trees were the lifeblood. We needed those trees, man, and we lost them. All right, still liquefying because of the cold ice. The chlorine is not helping. Oh, you post something I didn't see. I had something a little surreal happen today. I bought a Thermos 10 years ago. Now it's one of like 6 million Thermoses getting recalled. Oh, wow. So what is the recall for? Yo, man, hopefully it's not anything too dangerous. Is it gonna be like those old school late night infomercials? Lead solder, oof. Yo, man, how bad is it, D-Mayor? Let us know. My parents are on PV Torrance border. Oh, that's a nice area, man. Good family area. Kind of far away from everything else, but it's kind of, you know, why. It's a nice area though, by the water. Must have been bad, yeah. It was one of those things where it was like, it smelled like your neighbors are having a barbecue. But then you look over at the neighbors and no one's outside. And you're like, wait, what's the smell coming from, dude? What's happening? Like those mesothelioma commercials about asbestos? Yeah, man. That's what it sounds like. Pressure could build up, and when you unscrew the lid, it might jump and hit you. Oh, it's okay. It's not too bad. It's like the microwave hot water thing with the spoon. There's a thing where if you microwave water and then you know, nothing happens to it and you move it out, the moment you touch it with a spoon, it explodes. And it's like something that only happens if like the stars align. That's what it kind of sounds like. I grew up in PV, San Pedro. Oh, nice. It was not bad. Not gonna lie, it's far though, especially with the traffic. You kind of just stay there and hang out, which is pretty fair. LA traffic gets pretty bad. It becomes a thing where it's like the food is really good, but it's like, is it worth sitting in traffic for an hour? That's literally like what everyone thinks about. Dude, this is great. I don't know if I'll come out here every day though, because it's like 30 minutes of traffic to and from. It kind of sucks. That's tough though, yeah, man. All right, so this is kind of ready. It would make a lot of sense to have the gas storage inside. So we'll try to make this here as well. We'll do a 4 setup. And we're gonna be extra lazy. And we are just gonna do a double liquid lock, because I don't want to deal with it. And then after that, it's just solid tiles, right? We have a pet food factory next to the river, and I live 60 meters from a cliff that's directly above the factory. Their filter broke last month, and it hasn't arrived yet. I can tell you that it don't use fresh food to make pet food. Oh man, that's so sad. I've seen the How It's Made TV series. I don't know if you guys know about that show. It's on the Food Network channel. It's where they talk about all the like food stuffs, you know what I'm saying? And on this episode, they were talking about how buffets work. And specifically, they're talking about what happens to the food at a buffet. And it's like, it goes to a special bin, like the leftover food that's not like the utensils and stuff. And what they do is they feed it to the pigs. So it's like you see a big truck carry all the food, and then they just put it in the bins and release the pigs out, and they're all running towards it. That kind of reminds me of, man. The low number of cases to how many are getting recalled tells me a lot about those 27 instances, because you probably know some lawyer probably said the cost of replacing all this is less than the lawsuits. Oh man, that means someone got really hurt, right? It's like the McDonald's thing with the lady. I didn't know I couldn't sit in my car with my coffee in between my legs. And when I slammed the brakes and the coffee spilled and I got burned, I'm blaming McDonald's. That happened, man, and she won. And then that set precedent. Every fast food company from there on out started putting labels, caution hot, and it's because they didn't have that they couldn't, you know, have plausible deniability. The coffee was apparently too hot. Yeah, that was the argument. Yeah, it was 3rd-degree burns on the lady. It's one of those things that's like, dude, you're never gonna win that. But then she won. And very impressive. Very impressive. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. No, I'm just saying for like legal terms, that was the argument. That was a big point of the case. What's the average temperature of the coffee? It can't do this amount of damage. It's like, but it did. That means the coffee was too hot. They even ran a smear campaign. Did she file a defamation suit for that? I don't know more about that other than she won the lawsuit. They intentionally had the coffee hotter than it should have been because they were trying to hedge against customers complaining coffee was too cold by the time they got to destination. Oh, wow. So that's a thing. Wow. Okay. That's... They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes, huh? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we barely make it back. Then people all over the country started complaining that the coffee wasn't hot enough. Oof. So the fact that people bring this case up as a silly thing shows the campaign worked, to be fair. Did she get the defamation suit set up for that then? Yeah, hopefully she did. That's rough, man. Feels bad. Don't know. Hopefully she filed that, because yeah, man, the smear campaign stuff is really gross. There is truth in that exists frivolous lawsuits, but in this particular case, if you dig into the details, you learn that it was warranted. Yeah, it is. It's just like... It sounds like... I guess maybe it is the smear campaign really just worked. But it sounds like one of those things that it's like... You talk about it with your friends, you're never going to win that. You know, someone will say that, you're never going to win this lawsuit, man. What are you doing? That's what it sounds like. I doubt the McDonald's lawyers let them say anything actionable. That's probably fair. Turned on their A game after they found out. That is the thing. It still feels like legal stuff feels like a place where, for lack of better words, it just feels like a place where money really dictates everything. I live in a third world country. We have the coffee at boiling point. Yeah, that's just kind of... it's going to be different everywhere you go. But yeah, I'm not going to lie, man. Coffee at McDonald's suck. I don't know why people drink the coffee there. I've had it, man. I'm like, man, this is gross. What the hell is this? right, we're gonna be able to tap some glass right now. We're gonna build a tile there to push up the liquid. All right, so this is gonna be getting ready. These guys should be coming back soon. Okay, so this is gonna be the gen. This is gonna be the storage. And then... Do we want to make it infinite pressure for the CO2? I guess we could do that as well. Okay, so we're going to change this up then. Why not? We'll put an infinite pressure box for the CO2 with a liquid lock in between. And then we have the natty gas. So they could be the same temp. It's not really going to matter. Just because it's going to come out at the same temp anyways. And then we'll make this a small setup. I guess we keep that, keep this, keep that. And then we have to remove this. We get the 4 tile setup here. So I guess we do that. Change this, this. So we do 2 for CO2, 4 for natty gas. That should be good. And then we're going to double lock here. So it's going to be 3 like that. Now we will have suits here, so I'm not really too worried. And then we're probably not going to let dupes here. It's going to be an emergency setup. Okay. I'm starting to realize that I can't store those things together. Damn. Yeah. I'm starting to realize I can't store those things together because the natty gas is going to be like minus 100. Right? You do the sour gas chiller, the methane is going to be at 160. Which means the natty gas is going to be at 160. Even if you counterflow chill the sour gas, you're not going to get it that warm, right? It will be hot from the counterflow. If it is going to be hot, I'm not worried then. I was worried that we would get a little bit too much of the cold natty gas that would potentially bop our liquid locks. Methane stats are bad. That's fair. Liquid methane has sour naphtha stats though. I guess natty gas is not bad. Natty gas is the same stats. Sour gas is 180. It's about the same. All depends on heat exchanger design. Yeah, I guess that's true. All right, let's just assume we're going to be able to store everything together. Okay, so we are going to need to start prototyping an idea for the design. So the big thing is we got to have the choke point. Choke point design, I feel like always looks like this. We'll do a 2-space gap for dupes to be able to move. Do I actually want metal tiles here? I guess we could put them inside. Run that like that. We could also just do it one wide, right? Immediately liquefies when it gets in. Then we get the 9-tile aqua tuner exchange. And then that's gonna go into a room. And we need to basically pump out the liquid into another room so that we don't mix up the natural gas. So that means I kind of want this coming down, no? Because we want to make sure everything here is colder than it needs to be. We found another planet? No, right? Oh, we found the shovels earlier. Yeah. Oh, no, no. No, we're gonna get a meteor shower. Let's close one of these for now. Alright, so we want to pump out the methane. We want to keep the methane warm. Maybe something like this is fine. And then we pump out. And then we want a way to be able to pump out the natural gas. Maybe we might even move it a little bit closer to here. Get the liquid. And then we want to pump. And then it's probably going to want to go... go up this way. And then we'll probably have to put a turbine here. Temperature play where the corner pump is? Maybe. Exchange the liquid temp with incoming sour gas. I'm scared that it might break the pipes. That's what I'm scared of, to be honest. I want to do it with it after we get it in natty gas form. I feel like you have a chance of the methane liquid, so I want to do it as gas, so there's like no room for error. We just need a way to heat this up now. Oh, I see. 10% rule. I guess we could do 10% rule. That breaks on save load though. Potentially. You did the 3 kg. Only if you... It hasn't broke. Okay. It's supposed to break if you have the... Basically, when you load the game, it checks temperatures regardless of mass amount. And then it's like, you get that potentially breaking. Now, how do we warm up the methane in a feasible manner? Couldn't I just do something like Something like this. Where I make the sour gas go through this area. And have heat contact. I feel like that would work. And then you just have to temp shift like this. Not a boiler, chiller, sour gas chiller. Solid methane. Sulfur, you mean? Are we gonna have to worry about solid methane? I just can't get it to minus 180. No, you get liquid methane. Am I crazy? Plus the build in a far reach area, that one dude with jetpack. That's why I don't jetpack, man. You gotta you gotta make sure you blueprint in peace. You get liquid. Yeah, it's liquid. Yeah, it is sulfur. You get the sulfur byproduct. Oh, that's in this room. That's right. That's in this room. I thought it was when you make natty gas. Alright, so we have to put a sweeper loader in here then. How would I want to do this? So we need a sweeper. It's time, boys. We're building a conductive panel. It's finally time. It's finally time we build one of these bad boys on top of the auto sweeper. That's probably not the design we do though, realistically. Alright, so the sour gas, right? This says here that when you chill it, we get the methane sulfur. That's cool. Just place the vacuum room next to the pipe conductive panel so you don't mess with the sour gas temp. Alright, that all melted. Good, good. Looks like there's a lot of warmth needed there. I've been having fun retrofitting my sour gas boilers into gunk boilers. I see you. Sour gas will chill it. Heating and cooling is fun, right? Kind of. It depends on the game. For Oni, it's not bad. Other video games just feels like it's just magic. This game actually feels like there's some form of like progress. 1 kg sulfur, 3 kg sour gas. Oh, that's the ratio we get, huh? Because I'm thinking, wouldn't we want to just sweep out all the sulfur and run that in here as well? The double counterflow, right? Oh, couldn't I just do this? And then go inside? That's so jank. It melts at lower temp. True, it's 115, right? So I gotta make sure that we've already kind of run the sour gas through the steam turbine. Alright, so we're not gonna run that. Yeah, I need to make sure the sour gas runs through a turbine first, so it's at most 125, and then sulfur should just win out stat-wise. Okay, so we need to expand this technically. I think I need to expand this, right? So that we get the sweeper here. We're pumping this. We're probably gonna do that setup. I might want to make this lower then. Because I kind of want to keep that. Run that in. Alright, still a little bit more. Get the pump. Get the sweeper. I guess I wouldn't mind this to be a little bit more on this side. Sweeper, loader. Metal tile to there. Pull out the sulfur. Hopefully we don't have methane. I don't really need this to be where we pump out all the gas though. But we know this is going to be a 2x tunnel. If you manage to make a sour gas boiler this small, you should post it. I need to test out how hot we can pump in the sour gas first though. Yeah, the gases don't move well, but I'm kind of banking on that. But yeah, that is true. They do not move too well. Yeah, the 2x2s are not bad. In sour gas boilers, you use a bead pump to move the liquids a little bit faster. Yeah, that's a way of doing it. I don't know if we're gonna do a bead pump. Mamba's awake. Yep, man. The little babies. He's doing the classic cleaning his face. Lick the hands, wipe the face. That's the Mamba morning routine. So we're gonna get liquid methane. There's a good chance the pipe's gonna be through here. So I'm probably gonna want to move this way. This could be insulated, doesn't really matter. At the same time, I kind of like the box idea that we had. 2 pumps. Maybe move the pumps low. Move the pipe high. And then the thing that we don't have is heat transfer. Mamba's awake. I hear you, babies. I've seen brine ice at heat transfer tile. Wow. I mean, that would be hard to melt. We've seen CO2 try to melt. I feel like it's so hard to replicate, though. It's possible. It's just one of those things. Wanting to pull heat in. That's basically what we need to kind of try to do. The thing is that I am a little bit like, I'm just gonna put a teppidizer in this. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna hit this with a teppidizer. Call it a day. That way I just always get the natty gas. Oh no, this doesn't work. It needs to be fully submerged. So we would have to do a separate box down here. Do it like this. Which I wouldn't be mad at, to be honest. Oh, is it us? Is it us? Oh, it's us! Close the doors! Don't tase me, bro. Oh! Sneaking in is the meteor. Leaving some slime lung everywhere. God damn it. Ah, we good, we good. I know, man. That guy sniped us. He knows. We're gonna run a sensor here. I feel like that makes sense. Run the double pump. And then we do the gas radiant pipe here. Are you gonna have the thermal aqua tuner? Maybe exchange the aqua tuner with the heat room. The thing with doing that is I was gonna do... Oh, you also do corner sweep. Oh, that's right. Corner sweep is a thing. I think we'll be fine with how we have this set up, though. The only thing is going to be making sure these buildings don't overheat. But yeah, we could technically corner sweep. That might save us a little bit of space for the design. We would corner sweep the bottom tile. We could get a 2-tile sweep too. We know we could do that. That technically allows us to move everything over by 1. That goes here instead. We do the... Oops. Metal tiles here. Appetizer. Double gas pumps. We get the pipeline there. Release. We get the thermal sensor next to this. We corner sweep here. And then we do the gas pumpage. Okay. So I want a 2-space gap here. Should be all right. Then we run the pipes coming in here. And then I'm gonna need a room right here so that we could do this setup. Let's check up on the base really fast. Looks like a lot of the chlorine here from bleachstone or whatever is doing some fun stuff. We gotta continue sweeping. Still moving out a lot of items. This area is fine. They pumped out all the stuff here. Pretty good. This is still idle, which is fine. Okay, we need to change that at some point, but not yet. Is the hot sour gas coming from a non-specified temp, throwing it on magma? That's the thing. I'm gonna probably want to run it through a steam turbine room, even though I know majority of our sour gas is already kind of pre-chilled. Just as a post-magma boil setup, we run that directly into the chiller instead of having it, you know, instead of having it actually, well, I'm not sure. We probably want to do a separate chiller post-boiler and just feed this in and get it started. Because I'm thinking the best way to release the sour gas is actually via normal vents. That way we could kind of have control of the pressure. And I don't ever want it to be releasing too much. We're going to be processing all the sour gas here, and then convert the naphtha into sour gas and process that as well. And then we just need to be able to store it and then consume it, right? So it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. But for the most part, you only have one gas pump. No, it's fine. It's fine. We're good. We're good. The gas pump stuff is nothing I'm worried about. We have 2 gas pumps though. Corner sweep. This is gonna be a vacuum in here. Yeah, it's fine. The high pressure natty gas is okay. But yeah, we have 2 gas pumps, unless you're saying we should run 4 pumps, which we could actually do. Buffers will be doing a lot of heavy lifting, I'm assuming, maybe. We're probably not going to be pumping up the methane at full pipeline. It's probably not going to happen. But yeah, man, I feel like I just kind of have to build this instead of worrying about all the little things, because then at that point we're gonna finish today's stream and not get anything built. I just need to be able to build this, man. I just need to be able to build this. What's going on, Abductor? I did. We got a new mic today. After our mic died during the stream, mid-stream randomly, we got a new mic. Hopefully it's better, man. What do you think, Abductor? I see you over there. But yeah, new mic, new mic. Hopefully it's better, man. I have heard it being both good and bad, and the response is kind of all over the place, but I want to say overall it's pretty good. I like it. But yeah, man, I want to hear what the people think. Okay, so we're gonna be doing this. This should be fine. Pumping out single pipeline should be okay. If we do, we could add 2 more pumps, get more throughput. Since we do have a 2 thick pathway, we could run single line radiant piping for both, and it's not that big of a deal. Gonna be lurking for a while. Appreciate you, Hunter. It sounds less realistic, more damped. I have a weird pop filter on it that is, I guess, thicker than the normal foam filter that I have. Like, it feels like velvet. It sounds less realistically, or less realistic, more damped. Maybe. We're gonna have to, we were playing around with the audio sounds. But yeah. It's one of those things I don't know if I'll be able to realistically fix. I will say, though, that this is a higher quality type of mic, and it's very different from the budget mic that I had. I had the super budget foam on a tabletop mic with a built-in stand. I mean, it was getting the job done. It did, but it was different. But yeah, we were playing around with the compressor earlier because this mic is a lot more sensitive with picking up sounds. At the same time, too, it's also, you know, different mic. It's an XLR mic, which is apparently like the podcast mic that a lot of people use. But yeah, new mic, man. We'll have to adjust this. Basically, what we're adjusting is how much sound it picks up and what that sounds like on the opposite end after we compress it. I feel like that might be the biggest thing because I did a lot of changes to the compressor. So I'm thinking that might be why I sound different. Big compressor changes, man. But yeah, man, let me know what the feedback, y'all. We'll try to do our best to adjust. All right, back to the boiler design. We move in sour gas, it goes in, we run a counterflow, sulfur counterflow. If I remember correctly, my natural gas always comes out extra cold. So I'm thinking we're just gonna run 2 pumps and then hopefully have that be the heat exchange. We're gonna probably want to run the sulfur through the top as well to help out. Natty gas is not gonna state change. And then we're gonna be able to kind of just feed it in. Do we really just get the size for the sweep and then just release it here? Should be fine. Dude, trust the process. It's gonna work, dude. It's gonna be sweet. Gonna be a good time. Hopefully we have enough space to sweep out. How do we do the positioning with the rust? Here, and then it's 4 by 3. Here, and then it's 4 by 3. So technically this is it. We just need a way in. Yeah, adjacent to the tile. So we'll get the sweeper here. I might have to pull that up to there then. I want that kind of even. And then we're gonna probably do sweeper, loader, and then we're gonna have to have supercooler on the floor. We'll probably run the sulfur over itself so that it keeps it from overheating. And we run that up, right? And then we do the same thing with the natty gas. Right? Same pipeline pattern. Then we just have our vents down here. And we have to pre-chill it in a separate setup. This would be fine. No temp shift plates on the pathway. We're just gonna run raw heat exchange. If we wanted to, though, The better thing to do might be to use regular tiles on the edge. So we could deposit heat into a solid tile while the sour gas flies by. I mean, I guess we're going to chill the tiles more than the sour gas is going to be able to pull from it. Unless I want to temp shift the plate to stop. That's too much work. And then we'll probably have to run a setup below. Right? We're going to have the steam turbine. We're going to do the 2-room setup. We're going to do the metal tiles here to pre-chill everything, and then we're going to have to pump it in. I hate to do this. We might need to do a door compressor. I might want to do a door compressor here. What's going on, Alpha? Welcome in. Well, this is probably going to be separate, and we're just going to have to pump in the gas. Alright, so sour gas piped in. The sour gas, in order for us to pump it out anyways, has to be run through a steam turbine. Otherwise, my pumps are going to get damaged, right? So that's going to have to happen in the boiler setup then. Okay, I probably want to use all this space because of the oil reservoirs being kind of immovable, and then our boiler is going to be down here. Oh no, this is auto-repaired. We don't want that. Alright, this is going to be replaced. And then we're going to have to change up the water right here. What's going on, Alpha? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. We got a new mic today. I might sound a little bit different, but hopefully I sound good. Hopefully. Hopefully. But yeah, man. Let me know if you have any feedback on the new mic. We're hoping it sounds good. Yeah, man. We got the new mic. Yeah, man. All over the place. Feels bad, man. Alright, what's the size of this? 13 by 14. 182 tiles. Okay, this is hot, but we are pumping still. And we could see that the tiles are barely warming up. So if we do a 4-tile gap here, this is a surface. 13 by 14, right? Is it 13? No, 14 by 13. No, 13 is horizontal. Okay. 13 by 14. So it's 14 length up and down. Okay. So this is 14. Did I do that right? God damn it. I hate this game sometimes. 14 up, down. Oh my god. One more trim out one side. We get space for a ladder, I guess. And then we have to do some openings to make sure everything works. So it's going to be a 2-space gap off the side. And then we're going to have this here. Yeah, 2 there, and then we do 7 tiles going to the left. 7 tiles. Oh wait, here. There we go. This goes down. Good quality of life mod found move to. Yeah, man. I use that, dude. It's really nice. I recommend it. Great quality of life. It is indeed good times. This is 4 tiles. I'm probably gonna run 2 temperature plates. 4 tiles, so it's gonna be solid wall there. Are we back yet? Oh, we came back. Nice. Alright, we'll have to charge the rockets. Keep that closed to be safe. I made a freezer for food storage and other rooms are going to freeze. Need to deal with it. Over chilling. That happens, man. Most of the time you want to say that's a good thing, but sometimes, man, that's a bad thing. I guess we could add another metal tile there. And we do 5. There, and then we get 2x2 metal tile and then solid tile. And then we get these 2. How is your cold leaking? Hey man, it'd be like that sometimes. The cold is too strong. It needs like minus 25, but the temps around everything by the time. you gotta insulate, man. Gotta use the insulators. Gotta use the insulators. All right, so 2, we got the metal tile that will be here, and then the tepidizers set up. So we remove these, remove that, so we could build the top. Oh no, next to the bathroom. Hopefully that's not getting wrecked too badly. And I think, yeah, we need this box. 4x3, yep. The P insulator, P water, man. P water is powerful. Believe it or not. The ice does not want to melt, huh? A lot of ice on the tiles, just waiting for it to melt. Damn, minus 50? You made it really cold, dude. Yeah, it works, it works. Not saying it don't. It works, it works. Alright, right in the space here. It's pretty good. Nice meltage on the tiles especially. Get that built. If the temp is more like it's going to freeze faster, it doesn't matter. No. If you do a food storage, the big thing is making sure the gas is cold enough. That's all that matters. The food temperature doesn't matter. You need to make sure the gas is cold. Yes. I do -30 because I just want to make sure, right, that it's always cold. You put hydrogen, you should not use hydrogen. You should use CO2. Hydrogen is too reactive. And while it works for the sterile atmosphere, it's going to make the aqua tuner work too hard. And that's because anytime you cook food on like a grill, it comes out at like 70 Celsius, 90 Celsius. So that hot item is going to heat up the hydrogen. Hydrogen is one of the worst liquids for that. The only reason why you would consider it hydrogen is if you're trying to over freeze it. But when you're doing food storage, you're trying to do the opposite of that. You want to give it just enough. No. No. See, that's what you don't understand. You don't freeze the food. You see this pickled meal? It's at 50 degrees. But guess what? Deep freeze. You're trying to chill the gas, right? You're trying to chill the gas. Right? So the food temperature does not matter. No, you got to do it like this. You don't want the food touching the metal. If the food touches the metal, it heats up the metal. You don't want that. You just need the gas to be cold. So you put the metal tile on the side. Yeah. Now, of course, there's different designs. If the other design you're following is, you know, doing something different, you got to follow that design. Right? Because, like, there's a lot of different builds in Oni, and the way I do it is because I'm trying to, like, I guess min-max it, because technically this is the better way to do it. Yeah, so basically food that needs to be cooked and food that's ready to be eaten. So we deliver all the food to be cooked separately. But yeah, it really depends on the build. You could ask me about what I would do, but that's going to be different from the video, right? That you're watching, probably. And that means you're going to be getting advice from all over the place, and that's technically not good. Because it's like, everyone's going to have their own way of doing things. But yeah. It really depends on how you want to do it. I post screenshot. Yeah, you could do that design, but the problem with it is everything around the area gets really cold. Is that a new freezer setup? Yeah. This is just basically a lot easier to set up compared to my old version from a few years ago where I froze the food. It's mainly because I'm not really caring about space as much. And the other design is technically better for space. If that makes sense. So what's happening is that when you do the old design where I ran the food through solid ice, the thing with that is that the food gets super chilled to like -50, and then you could move it inside of a rocket and just make sure it's sitting on an insulated tile in a vacuum before you fill it up. And by doing it that way, the food is effectively going to be infinite. Right? Like, it's never gonna rot. Now, of course, if space doesn't matter, you don't really need to do that. Like, if you're not planning to do a lot of rocket launching. In my case, I have pemmican. Pemmican doesn't rot, so we just use that and just store the other food instead. Why the cold keep inside? That's because I'm using carbon dioxide. Remember what I said? Don't use hydrogen. Carbon dioxide Look at the conductivity, 0.15. Hydrogen is 0.16. 10 times more reactive. So it's slower heat transfer. That makes sense, right? Since it's slower heat transfer, it doesn't freeze the area. The design usually, yeah, the design that I was talking about where I froze the food, I kept the food in a vacuum, 100%. That way you don't have to worry about having to fill it up with any type of gas. But yeah, it's one of many ways you can make the food storage, right? I don't want to be like, it's the best or, you know, anything like that. Like, whatever video you're following is probably able to get the same results, just, you know, they do it differently. I made this with the thermal regulator, and there's a lot of things you could do to make this not that bad. It's really nice. But yeah, you could still follow the video, man, and get it done like that if that's what you want. Perfectly fine. Nice, I see Alpha. Good stuff, good stuff. Hopefully that helps out, man. Okay, so let's continue this. This is almost gonna vacuum. It's gonna take a while because we're gonna have other gas struggling to move a little bit. Still moving out the stuff. Waiting for the ice to melt here. That's gonna cool us all down. We're not gonna sweep anymore. It should be okay. I don't really want to move the aluminum into here yet. Maybe we should. Yeah, man, that's fun times. You can handle it, man. Handle it. Oh, dude, they dropped molten glass on top. That's so annoying. Yeah, man, I gotta get the food. Solve the food problem. That way you could just focus on heat transfer. Alright, so I want to wait for a vacuum before we continue building this. But you know what we could probably build first? The tepideizer. The overheat's at 125 is probably good. So let's just get the bottle of liquid in here. I'm probably just going to use water. It's not going to be too hot in here that I'm going to be too worried about it. Let's also clean this up. All right, kind of want to move these items up as well. I make a sleet wheat farm. Once it's chilled, I pump the CO2 and place my cookables inside. Nice. I remembered, man. Also because we had a metal volcano. All right, so we're kind of okay. The area is a lot warmer now. Yeah, man, getting a sour gas boiler. Fortunately, have to go. Have a safe trip, Hunter. Be safe out there. We'll see you later, man. High voltage tech I'm gonna because I have aluminum. Yeah, man. If you have a metal volcano, it's really nice to have. Okay, so we'll eventually need to move in the boiler in. All right, so this is kind of the bare bones build that we could set up now. Iron Volcano was top tier, dude. Honestly, top 3 volcano, just because it's iron. We need to make a boiler design now. So the boiler design, I think, is going to be straightforward. We're going to just release the liquid. It's going to drip on some tiles. And then we diamond temp shift plate it. Right? Like, that's really all it is. Might as well... Nah, I probably drip it on the edge so that I don't have to worry about accident. I mean, it's probably fine. Put it in the middle. Okay, so there's going to be a heat sink. We're not going to really think about that. We'll adjust the heat sink as we need to later, so that we don't overheat the sour gas. And then we are probably going to want to do... This is going to drip. It's going to create. And then I probably want to do a design like this. I don't want to use doors, but we might have to. What's going on, Nolanti? Hello, Oni players. Fellow Oni players. I am looking for some ideas. I want a late game power source that isn't sour gas or petroleum, and I've done them to death, and I'm so bored of them. You sound like Dave Buscemi showing up to high school. Hello, fellow kids. You guys know where the drugs are at? That's what you sound like, dude. You doing that on purpose? You sound just like the dude. Oh, so he's like an old dude, right? Wrinkly face, but he dressed up as a teenager to kind of become a narc. He's the meme, hello, fellow kids. If you don't know the meme, you could Google hello, fellow kids meme and you see him. Yeah, I think it's an SNL skit. Yep. He wears a shirt that says rock band, generic t-shirt, and then he has a skateboard on his back. Zara brings up a good one. Saturn Critter Trap. This thing generates a lot of hydrogen. It doesn't tell you how much, huh? Hydrogen gas. Not on here either. You don't need that much. Another thing is that if you get lucky, you get this building, the new story trait building. So you could literally just buy the seeds, right? So this is a new story trait. You could just buy the seeds from that. You got to find the toilet, and then once you do that, you just got to feed it something. A lot of times people feed it like the betas. That's a little bit more work. You could just feed it like a hatch or something. But yeah, it's a pretty good design. It's a lot of hydrogen. Honestly, it's a solid amount. It can eat any critter. You just have to, you know, have the critter walk on top of the plant. Shovels. Yep. Oh, no air critters. I didn't know that. Only babies. Oh, they only eat babies? Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. I want to say it's 25 kilograms a cycle. kg or 25,000? I guess you would still need a unit measurement. They can't fit the full mammoth in there. Oh, that's a travesty, dude. You gotta use all the parts of the buffalo, man. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. I see D Mayor. Babies, huh? Sounds like you eat a lot of veal. Maybe. D Mayor needs to be investigated. Oof. They don't think be like it is, man, but it do. And Alonti coming in with the Prime. Thanks for using your Prime and using it on me. Welcome to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emote as every viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you. Thank you for using the Primes, man. Supporting the streamers. I could work with that. I could work with that. Good luck, man. It is one of those plants that needs to be cold, so you have to have some cooling set up for that. But if you say late game, that should be no problem. But you got it, man. Hopefully it's going to be a fun experience. Alright, so... boiling sour gas. We're just going to keep boiling. We're probably going to do something weird here. Where we want to not release all the sour gas. And we want to kind of do like a pressure chamber. Maybe we do it like this. Hey, MV Hank coming in with the Prime. Thank you for the 6 months. Thanks for the recent content. Yo, man, just happy you guys enjoy. Thank you guys for being a fan, hanging out with us in the community. Because without you guys that watch the content, give me the views, show up the stream, and hang out with us, man, we wouldn't be here. You guys make it all happen. And thank you guys for the support, keeping us going. Thank you, MV Hank. Appreciate you guys coming in with the Primes. If you guys don't know what Prime is, if you guys have Amazon Prime, you guys have Twitch Prime. That means that once a month, each month, you get a free Twitch subscription as long as you link up your Amazon account to your Twitch account on the account settings in the background. And for the most part, it is a free sub, tier 1 equivalent. And the problem is that it does not auto-renew. So if you subbed one time and you forget, the sub is no longer active anymore. That's how they get you. Because if you're not there exactly when it expires, you know, they pick up that free time that you're not subbing to someone else. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. So you got to do what you got to do, man. You were the chill version of a chill person. Got that Cali chill, baby. Y'all know what it is. I've enjoyed seeing how you've been growing the community. Appreciate you, MV Hank. We try to do what we can, man. A lot of soul searching, a lot of trying to figure out what we do, what we can do to do it a little bit different. But yeah, man, we gotta do what we can. Alpa, don't know what it is. You probably have a bad bridge. So when you're doing cooling here, one of the big easy problems that a player bops themselves is by putting a bridge like this. Why is that bad? A bridge is a 3-tile wide building, and it transfers heat from one side to the other. and then it goes through walls. So it is the sleeper agent bopping you on the face. So if you have a bridge, and a lot of times you might have one for the aqua tuner, and it's touching the steam room and the steam turbine, you're never gonna win. That is the most common problem people have. They have some bridge here that connects the top and bottom room. And they might think that, you know, the aqua tuner doesn't work. No, it's user error. That is what we call in the business user error. That's when you call up the internet company and they're like, hey man, can you try turning it on and off again? And it works. And you're kind of embarrassed that something stupid like that actually made it work. And you're like, oh, hey, thanks, man. You was awesome. And then, you know, that was all she wrote. My mother hates when I ask that. Yeah, because it sounds ridiculous. Because you think to yourself, what is that even gonna do? Why would that fix my problem? And then they do it and they shut up. They're like, hey, I don't know what happened, but you know, it's working again. So thanks, honey. Peace. Hangs up. They don't even be like, oh, it worked. They just go, oh man, I do not want to admit my shortcomings. I'm just gonna hang up and be like, I'm out this. That's the classic response, man. It really is. I sent a pic. Let me know once it's posted, man. Dude, it's probably, that's usually what it is, man, for the cooling loop. Gotta cool the steam turbine. Don't care about the steam chamber. Yep. Half the issues with PCs, people not occasionally rebooting. Exaggeration, sorta. It's weird. It could be a lot of things, to be honest. When it comes to PCs, there's just so many moving parts, so to speak, that like something as simple as that could be it, but also not it at the same time. Bro, I have that problem every time with new kitchen helpers. Oh, kitchen helpers. The kitchen stuff sucks, man. It's one of those things that's like, cooking is almost worse because everyone cooks differently too. Where it's like, well, I make my omelets this way. I poach my eggs this way. And then you're like, no, dude, this is horrible. And it's like, it's so hard to get everyone on the same page, man. Do I need a bridge there? No, you don't want to. Did you post the picture? Did you post the picture, man? I need to see it. Let me know when it's posted. It's posted. Oh, dude, you're running ethanol. I see why. So what's happening is that in a vacuum, there is no heat transfer. When you run a radiant pipe over a building in a vacuum, guess what? Nothing happens. The pipe is not touching the steam turbine. And why is that the case? The radiant pipe you're running froze the liquid. No, the water's frozen. There's no water on the tile. That tile where your radiant pipe has touched has nothing there. Yes, the water would work, but it needs to touch the water. Right? Like, the pipe has to touch the water, man. Yes, it froze the water because you chose too cold of a temperature. Classic. Certified hood classic. You know what it is, man. So you kind of just bop yourself, dude. Feels bad. This guy hit him with a certified hood classic, dude. This is 10. This works then. I guess we could shrink this by 1. And then we would probably want to temp shift plate this. Maybe not that one. Alright, the problem with this then is this might be hugging the abyssalites. I need to give it space to move out. So we probably do this. It still works, but I need to understand that for next time. Yep. Cool, cool. 7, 8, 9, 10. So we run that like this. How wide is this? 15? Do I have that space? If you use a liquid valve, you could change the pipe liquid to 1 kg and it would not break until it's expelled outside. No, that's not the problem. He froze the steam turbine. You see this? This is a vacuum, right? He froze the contact liquid. So the radiant pipe has nothing to make contact with. So it's not cooling the turbine. So basically he ran his liquid medium in the AQ loop too cold, or he used the wrong liquid to actually do the turbine itself. Yeah, that's they don't think it be like it is, but it do moment. 100%. I didn't think it would do me up that bad, but you know what it did? It did. Okay, I might want to do complicated automation. At the same time, I might be okay with not. 10 kg drip. I might want to valve this so that we get flashing Naptha sour gas. And then I want to do a release. How would we want to do the automation is the weird thing. So we're gonna naturally have this setup here, right? This is gonna cool in, we're gonna get power, we're gonna need to run an aqua tuner for this. You know, yeah, we probably do want to run an aqua tuner for this. I could also just put super cool in here and then just run the sulfur over that. That would kind of work. At the same time, maybe not. Oil will solve, also lower temp to -30. That's not bad. Oil freezes at -54, so you might be better with ethanol. There's a lot you can combine. Yeah, I want to separate this. It's better for the control for the feed-in. In my opinion, at least. Feels like you get a little bit more control over it, which is kind of what I want. What's going on, Tax2? Welcome in. I see you over there, Tax2. Hello, hello. How are you? Hope you're having a good one today. Appreciate you for tuning in. What's good, Tax2? I see you over there. A little bit more water wouldn't be bad. So easily that means that we do a pump setup like this, probably. And then I'll probably want to do an Atmos pressure at the top, combining both. And then we just do a gas extraction. Today's emo, Mamba was napping with us today. He decided, though, that he wants to go sunbathing, and now he's by the window. But yeah, Mamba was on the blankets. He was. I wonder if I could keep a constant flow. I'm a little bit worried, thinking that I don't have that capability, and controlling how much we release might be better. problem is how do we control that? You know, we have the Atmos sensor. And then we don't want to have heat transfer with this and that. So we want to have this open up, be a vacuum, release. I think we could just do this, yeah. Okay. So this would be the trigger. We might want to buffer that. I'll have to think about how we set this up. But I think this is not bad as a starter build to get the heatsink set up. Okay, so the heatsink's probably going to go straight down to here. We're going to go into the diamonds right there. There's some scary oxygen, so we might not want to be too exposed. Okay. Finished my first mandala coloring selection last night and started a new one. Nice, good stuff, dude. Good stuff, good stuff. Are you using the I'm not gonna lie, I like colored pencils more than I like crayons. Something about the texture of crayons once you color with them is a little weird. I don't know if you know what I mean. It really do be like that sometimes. I'm a fan more of the colored pencils, man, when it comes to art. I have the colored pencils, nice. I would prefer those over crayons and also over markers. Not a fan of the like Sharpie stuff that people do. Kind of feels like quick drying paint, where it's like you get to see each layer of each stroke. And I don't like that on the pictures. It doesn't work too well. So the heat sink's going to be the weird part. Okay. All right, we're probably going to want... Well, probably going to have to go around the long way then. Let's do 5 here. I'll probably have to remove the pitcher pump, which is fine. All right, we're gonna liquid lock here to get into the bottom room. Should be not too bad, not too bad. It will be not so bad, not so bad. All right, probably get to remove this. Figured I'd do another coloring before I start my next Star Wars puzzle. Yo, man. It's all about how you feel in the moment. It's all about how you feel in the moment. I take it day by day, man. Do whatever it is that you prefer to do as you do it. All right, I'm gonna let them rock a little bit. We will have to use a weird vacuum here, but it should be fine. All right, we can do that now without getting bopped. Ooh, this is gonna be below the copper volcano. That's actually kind of nice. Yeah, it's actually kind of nice. I just put ethanol in a chill down turbine, fine. Yep, ethanol was good. A lot of times if you use the same liquid for whatever it is you're using the coolant, as long as it doesn't off gas, that's probably the best thing to do. Just because you can't freeze itself without freezing what's inside the pipe. So unless it's like pea water, you know, which is not the I thought Rex got stuck here. I was like, that's illegal, dude. The Rexes are not supposed to be allowed. Finish a word search book, on to the next one. Nice. Good stuff, tax due. Four. Okay. So it does make sense to have that replaced with a tile. And we're going to think about as if we were going to have this be a proper copper volcano tamer. Feels nice now. Good stuff. Is it still freezing everything? Mamba? What's wrong, baby? I hear you. The Mambas is here, boys. He graces us with his presence. It's perfect. Good stuff, man. Sometimes you just gotta fix a little bit of the small problems and everything kind of comes into place. It's pretty nice sometimes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 8. We'll go like that. So just because we might be doing a copper tamer at some point, I just want to have the space set up for that. And then we'll have to build the boiler up top. Now I probably want a vacuum layer so that we don't heat up everything with the sour gas boiling. Let's be a little bit peculiar with that. I think it's going to be worth though. Take the bond, but we have a lot of those. We'll take the suit. This chlorine though is being a menace. I don't even know where this chlorine's coming from, and it's everywhere. Keeps liquefying on itself. Feels bad, man. I should just pump all the naphtha and dump it on top of this. Oh no, I have to boil the naphtha. That doesn't really work out then. Feels bad. It's gonna be cold on the right side. Just run the lead wire through. It's weird that you can sustain Paku with so few seals. Paku with seals? That's because of the glitch though, right? I feel like they should patch that, because that's like, the seal should not be just pooping seeds. Unless the seal is a seed. Which, honestly, don't make no sense. Alright, let him be able to move. They really should patch it, but I don't really want the Bond 1 seeds, which is why now I gotta get rid of Bond 1s with the Paku. Hey man. And then you just feed the Pakus to the Jawbos. That's a win-win. Right? Right? You get to feed the ancient fishies. Alright, we have to do another exchange right now. All right, this one, ice step shift maker. A lot of stuff to sweep here still. It's like the old lady who swallowed the spider. Dude, that book made no sense. The lady swallowed the spider who swallowed the fly who swallowed... You know, it's like it was that weird chain, but it went backwards. I was always confused by that, man. Yeah, I guess that was the gimmick. They just try to make that work. Pakus are probably the easy obtainable food for people that just want to do other things. Paku is 100% food multiplier, dude. They are easily by far one of the top food sources just in general. Airflow tiles should not be magic pressure tiles. That's, yeah. If you don't do that, people just do it with doors then. Right? Because doors is the same thing. So it's like, I mean, you remove that from becoming unbreakable too, which is fine. But it's like, there's still ways to deal with that. 3 thick tiles, unbreakable. To get a 3x3 box, it's just solid, dude. I never did Pakus because of that. Just I did one. It was wild how many Pakus are sitting there waiting to become fillets. Yep. It's very strong. Very, very strong. I forgot about the automation wire. I guess we should get the pitcher pumps where we need it. For a lot of the builds. Alright, Natty gas gen, infinite storage, sour gas chiller, sour gas boiler. It's gonna be right here. Do you think the doors will withstand infinite pressure in the away team? Dude, that's tough, man. That's gonna be like a lot of the things I feel like we're gonna need to try, or it's gonna be like the list of things that Oni veterans are gonna 100% get debated by. You know, it's like, well, I mean, we played Oni. We know that it works this way. Type of deal. Surf and turf is pretty good though if you do barbecue based side. Yeah, if you do other ranching, it is pretty legit. Alright, we're gonna have nothing to really feed the pea water, huh? I'm just gonna dump the pea water into a might be worth it. Dump the pea water into here. How hot is this? 23 degrees. That will technically lower. We are winning this too, slightly. Nah, I think we're just gonna be lazy. We're gonna run a hydroponic farm. Just gonna run that here. And then just feed that to a reed fiber. This should be good enough. Oh no, bro. We're gonna have to fix that, which is fine. Items are kind of cooling off right now, so that's kind of good. Okay, so we know that this is gonna be there. This is gonna be roughly our steam. Ooh. Oh, we don't fit 2. I see. We need the 10 for the turbine to get that to work. Okay, cool. Oh, schedule change. Dropping items. Okay. Get that out. Prioritize. Toilets back up. It is. Ice step shift plates. Not bad. Almost finished sweeping this bottom floor. That's kind of insane. I remember for the longest time all the items here were so hot. All right, so I probably do want to do this. Just get an insulated layer at the bottom instead of doing heat transfer. And then we'll start looking at how we're gonna do the boiler. This is, I want to say, pretty good. Because we're just gonna drip, right? This should never get too hot. If we're scared, though, we could get a third setup. Okay, that's fine. Another thing we could do is put a steam turbine on this room to pre-chill it. That's not bad. I kind of like that idea, to be honest. Get the pre-chill room that's not in this room. All right, how wide is this? 15. How much space do we actually have inside? Closer to 20. I do want some space though, so the 15 is probably pretty good. It's not that bad. How tall is this? 14 plus the spike. The spike's gonna be a little weird though. We have about 19 here. Okay, so we'll likely want to do normal sedimentary on top for run speed, and then 4 tiles on top of that, and then potentially it's there. Yeah, from here to here we have about 13. 14. So we might not be able to do that special room then. Okay, so instead we'll try to do a vacuum layer, so the... Yeah, that's fine. So that we don't have to worry too much. I'm gonna be here in spirit. Have fun. Good luck. We'll see you next time, Frankie. Get some rest. Rest all rest easy. Have a good one. Appreciate you for hanging out with us today, man. Okay, so I want to put a turbine here. We could kind of adjust if I cut down one of these. And we do 5 tiles here. Like that. This ends up being a door then. And we still have space to kind of control the gas. Atmos sensor. Kind of. The one thin path here is kind of bad. So I guess we will expand this by 1. Run the 2. Run it like that. Then we run the double pump up top. And we pump off of top atmos pressure. That way we get decent packet size. No rest for the wicked. Today is party night. Oh wow, yeah, it's Friday, man. Hey man. Make sure you have hydration by the bed. Don't want to wake up with the worst hangover known to man, dude. I see you over there. I think we probably run the steam, the AQ here in this one. Because then it's like we want to get to a lower temp on that. This might be hot, but we're going to chill it with the amount of water we'll have inside. And then this is probably like this. We're probably gonna want to flip this, so it looks like that. Probably not. We might want to do it like this and run it feed like that. Maybe we run the aqua tuner separate. I see you over there. Hey man, if you got the strats, man, just gotta remember. Gotta remember to do the strats. So we do a little bit of pre-chilling here as we boil it. Does that work? Doesn't this kind of impede my heat transfer? Yeah, because effectively that means a sour gas becomes contact liquid. Oh yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, technically speaking, I don't want to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we trim everything over by 1 again. Get back to this setup. Turbine, turbine. We sweeping. There we go. We can start sweeping. Still pumping, still moving out the items, which is okay. This got done. Let's build the tiles here. Dupe should not be able to get stuck here. Also, we're gonna want to seal that up on that side. Okay, spike. We get the pump set up here. Double chill. We probably move the doors over again. And then the natty gas goes up. So I guess we're just trying to make sure it's pumpable with steel pump. So 275. And I think we do that. I don't think this ever gets up to 200. Atmo pressure stuff. Yeah, it should be good. So that's gonna be here. We're gonna want a vacuum layer between the two builds. What's the input rate? We're gonna have to fine tune that. I don't think I have a set value yet. We're probably gonna want to fine tune that. We're gonna let this sweep because we gotta let the ice melt because it is not melting. 2 turbines behind a good amount. Yeah. We'll have to adjust what the atmo pressure is going to be, but we kind of need it to be running like full speed too. This looks like it's going to be temperature, that's fine. Where we're going to have the small room start, and then we're going to go to the ledge, which should be fine. Three tiles. I guess we could move it over a little bit more, but yeah, we're using this as a weird setup, which should be fine. Right, this is gonna come down. Heat spike's gonna be inside this vacuum area. And then we know that we're gonna do the 3 doors down. And then we know that this is gonna go out probably all the way. I might actually just want to build something there. Is that the magma doesn't actually heat anything up here? We'll see how we want to do that. After the 3 doors, how much space do we use? This is going to be 7 by 2 of space. 7 by 2. So here. And then we have a 2 space gap for the gas to move up. Still be able to climb down. This is going to be 2 space gap, but then it's going to be metal tile. This is going to go out to here. 10. And then we'll have the little area right here. 2 for the steam. Which means that goes up like that. This is 10, yep. Then 3 tiles. Have that set up like so. And then this side could be combined. We will not have a way to go inside to this build. I just realized that. We will not have a way of going inside this build safely. Dude, single digits. We were so close. Single digits, man. So many hot items inside. Makeshift debris chiller has been working pretty well though. Okay, this is in. Still waiting for a vacuum here. I guess we could start spilling out a little bit right there. Another thing I probably want is getting more super coolant. It's not a bad idea. Move it out this water. Oh, we never planted the thimbleweed. Oh, ha. Oh, goddamn. You guys hear the sneezes, full bass, huh? New mic. The sound of the sneeze is way too dank. Okay, I guess we could remove this now. It doesn't really hurt us. The area's cooled down. It's just starting to pull back a lot of the gas. Another thing that we might want to do is expand this area so that we could have 2 pumps on the sour gas to feed into the chiller. Okay, another thing we're gonna need too is a aqua tuner combo to do the cooling here that we will need to do. And I probably just have it right here, right? It just makes sense. This is how wide? 7. Okay. 5 share the wall. Wall here, 5 out. Then start mining into the magma biome. Yeah, we could probably do something like that. Just get actual, like, no contact. Which means we might want to do a double layer floating build. That's a little excessive, but I think it's fine. This is gonna be just the super coolant. Maybe we just do a short build. And then turbine setup here. Do the short build. If we do the proper size build, I guess doing the proper size build is okay. And then we'll get the vacuum layer to be a little bit on the safe side. Super coolant, a little bit more. Directly, we don't need this guy. A little bit of CO2 exchange, I guess. Oh, we're no longer dumping up. Oh, they're pulling out gold. What? Oh, yeah, that's where the gold is. Haha. Electrum to gold. Let's do a little bit of this. Because it looks like they kind of need to. They're pulling out the molten gold from the inside. That's not good. We also need to start doing pitcher pumping of the magmas. Over here. We'll enable this again. Idle. Okay. I want to continue digging this, I guess. Hopefully Trainwreck doesn't get too burned. We need this vacuum. We're so close. Let's do another ice temperature plate melting. Oh yeah, I need my reservoirs here. There we go. Bump this up. Autosave lag. We good though, we good. All the sour gas. Got some more down there. Helium, polluted oxygen, natty gas, sour gas. Okay, tepidizers in. Let's start getting these. Shouldn't be hot. We're just gonna use electrum pumps. Also gonna get our thermal sensor in here. Also know that we're gonna get a liquid vent right here. And then we are also going to run... Alright, we're just gonna merge it like this. Run it up this way. These need to be there. Let's get the aluminum temp shift plates. We're gonna run 2. This is gonna be a drop of super coolant. I guess we could start doing the radiant piping. Wait, that doesn't really matter. Yeah. We're gonna run the rail. It's gonna go like this. This is probably okay to be steel. All right. That melted cold. Nice. Turn this back on. 33 kgs. Don't need that much. Let's move out the super coolant. Is the vacuum started yet? 15 MCGs still. We're getting there, we're getting there. This is enabled, so we're pumping out magma again. Hopefully it doesn't stand on the molten glass. Should be good though. Like, if anything, we should dig this down a little bit. This weird stack, dude. Alright, we're just gonna build a obsidian tile here. Because we need to just bop this liquid stack. It's so bad. Train wreck coming in. Alright, he's out. We want to build it on the glass. Temp shift plate melting, that's fine. And I believe this works. Yeah, building melted, it's fine. Cold water still. Come on, man. Expand the vacuum. We need that domain expansion, dude. We really do. Big sweet pile right here still. We don't want to seal anything up yet because we're still trying to vacuum this place. Domain expansion, infinite vacuum. Dude, that would bop everyone in the JJK universe. Real talk. That's effectively the Gojo power, dude. I'm not even kidding. A real vacuum would ruin everyone's day. Dude, it wouldn't even be suffocation. In a vacuum, all your organs would burst. Because they would try to expand. Like, it wouldn't even be lack of air, dude. Yeah, you would get completely destroyed. Real vacuums suck. I mean, technically he's not wrong. It's not wrong. Hitting him with the vacuum cleaners. Alright, still making super coolant. Pretty good. This is gonna take forever. I really should try to do a Oh, we have power here. Oh yeah, we really should then. I didn't think about this. Overheat but doesn't generate heat. Okay. So there are some strats we could do to make this actually a little bit better. I didn't think about this. We have power here. We have everything here. If we pump the gas from multiple areas, it's gonna vacuum a lot faster. All right, it's starting to do the domain expansion, boys. it begins. We got the spacesuits though that protect us. Liquids. Let's move out the liquids. Just move them out. Move them out. Crude oil, mercury. Yeah, that's fine. Just move that out to here. Let the water chill it for a second. We'll be fine. It's starting to vacuum, boys. You hear the duh, the sounds. Kitty cats are running to go under the beds. You know how it is. Please don't give dupes. Dude, can you imagine? You have Stinky lifting up the Somnium synthesizer eye cover, and then he has blue eyes, and he does the finger cross. I need to see that, dude. That's gonna be so good. The memes. Domain expansion, oxygen not included. That's gotta be a Meep then. Can we give that to Meep? Meep deserves it. Domain expansion, O2 not included. Can we build this? I want to say we can from top tile. We need a good artist or the AI to animate it. That'd be so funny. You got the dupe characters in the representing the JJK universe. It's gonna be so good. That'd be so funny at the same time. Like the domain expansion regular show memes. Oh, dude. The regular show memes are the best. It's the one where it's Goku is holding back, I think it's Raditz. And he's like, do it now. And then you see Mordecai and Rigby. I think he wants us to put the hurt on him. I think he wants us to put the hurt on him. It's time. And then he does the cannonball into the trampoline. Dude, that one was such a good one, man. That edit was so good. All right, it's trying to pull a vacuum down here. We're just gonna move the canister of sour gas later. All right, vacuum expansion. Hopefully we could help pull it from 2 different ways and collapse it a little bit faster. There's never gonna give us 200 kgs. Like cumulatively, there isn't 200 kgs inside this room, so should be able to just handle that with the canister emptier. It's looking good though. It's looking good. Oh, this guy's trying to erupt for no reason. Building melted temperature plates, perfect. Lot of items there, just gonna be ready for them to grab. Still just chlorine. Not too bad though, not too bad. We gotta sweep out this room. I'm waiting for the vacuum layer here so that we could seal it up. Everything on this side as well. I guess we should have this so that we could start removing some of the other ladders. We could technically go out this side. Oh, dude, it's expanding. Let's go. It's doing the self-deletion, which is a great sign. Oops. All standard. Let's move out some more. Alright, we need to continue sweeping, so we got to build this. Build this out so we could seal this in. We want to have this just so that we can do some stuff on the side, because later on we're probably going to have to build this from the left side. Room will be in a vacuum though, for the most part, so should be all right. It also feels like they are not moving out a lot of the items from this puddle, for reasons I don't know. Are these glitched? Alright, let's do that one on priority. See if they start sweeping from here. Everyone's grabbing that pile. Okay, there we go. There we go. Alright, since we have this ladder now, we could start sealing up this setup. This is kind of getting ready. We gotta wait for a vacuum. Power wires are in. The rail to do self-cooling is gonna be good. Supercoolant should not freeze. That's why we're using that. I guess it doesn't matter if it's sour gas in here. Oh, dude, it's doing the things. Disable auto repair. We're just gonna let it heat up till it breaks. I feel like it's gonna be a pretty good option to do that. Okay. This is still pretty hot. So, can we remove these? $61 wood. I actually don't have that much wood left. We're gonna change this ladder so that the hot sedimentary rock gets replaced. Right, I don't want that to be hot. Alright, this got done. We should be able to remove this then. Not bad. Everything's looking pretty good. So, we will have a room here. We know that we're going to be doing a liquid drop. Right? Makes a lot of sense. And we're probably going to do a feed-in coming in from up top. Oh, that means I need to put the ladder back right here. Feels bad. Okay. Liquid's going to come in. And I think the 3 tile setup is pretty good. Now, what we want though is a vacuum setup. Do that. We could be a little bit extra. No, I think this is fine. We move this onto the outside for a different reason. Kind of like how the idea of this works. Yeah. Get it like that, right? And then we'll remove both to be able to climb in to do the inside. We're going to run a heat spike down. That one's not going to matter too much. Yeah, exclamation point Discord. Put it in the main channel, general. Meme channel, picture channel, it's up to you. Exclamation point Discord. Give you a link to the Discord channel. Always like seeing the memes. Oh, so close, dude. I got you. You put the space bar. The robots and the AI baffled by the space bar. Just robot things, you know. Okay. We're gonna run a heat spike that connects to this. Okay. Don't have a lot of diamond, so we're gonna get some from down here, it looks like. Diamond's gonna be better than steel. Another thing is, I do want to do that, but another thing is I want to dig out this wall. I eventually will want to. Ooh. Can we decon this? Here, 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 here. That's kind of nice. I kind of like that idea. This big magma room, I'm scared. Vax coming in, a lot of rebuilds to be done. Let's get that rebuilt. Room is hot. All right, let's do a exchange there. Please don't get self-debated. Looking good. Technically, I want this to be a vacuum wall, and we're going to build this out. And then we're going to trim a layer there. I don't want to touch the hot abyssalite if I can. Nice. Let's get that build to P9. Get that in. This is a deconstruct. This is getting ready. We're waiting for the gases to get removed first, though, before we continue. This is a little bit of a struggle. These rooms might be the last thing to vacuum. We are working on the backside, too. Bump that up. Okay. Autosave log. Let's wait for it. Okay, steel. Everything should be in its place. Liquefiable. Hey, it's not 113 negative anymore. It's 96. It's getting better. It's getting better. It's getting better. Missing the ladder there. This is about clean. Let's go. Alright, people of chat, I am going to use the restroom. I will be right back. This is a good time for a break. Refill the liquid. Stand up and stretch. It's going to be good for the body. Good for your health. So guys, I will be right back. Nice. We are back. Let's go. What do we got in the pod? Fertilizer. Seems legit. Oh, we still never built the freaking reed fiber plants. Just to consume some of the waters. How's the sweeping? Pretty good. Got some ice in there still. Items are still good. Oh my god, it's done. Almost. The vac is ready. Let's go. The vac is about ready. All right. Probably just use iron wires for this. This is gonna be lead. And then the turbines. Yep, got it right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get that built. We will want our temp shift plates here. Aluminum should be good. Need to think about the sensor setup. Oh, ha. I guess we will decon this tile to build the stuff underneath. Okay, the trimming got done. Pretty good. Okay, so we might want to do our heat sink right here. Okay. Gonna run steel wire. We will want the vacuum setup. So maybe, I mean, we will need more diamonds for that. Wow. That's a travesty. I can't empty this. Oh, there we go. 41 milligrams. Okay, cool. I couldn't empty out sour gas. I was like, oh, that's so sad. All right, let's get rid of this. Begin launch sequence. All right, the vacuum is ready. Good stuff. Get the aluminum there. This pipeline needs to come in from this. Can't flip the pump, so has to go across. We will need to put a liquid here. No, we don't. We're just gonna put vents there. Electrum. Where's my Electrum at? God damn it. There we go. Melts at 1,000. Okay, good. We will need to get some liquid on the floor here. probably just do super coolant. We're trying to make some more anyways. Should be fine. Get that built out. We're gonna need our vent lines here. We are gonna want a smart battery. Liquid pump. Natural gas setup. This is gonna be heavy watt wires. Then we'll probably just do a joint plate out here. We will need automation on this. Okay, just going to be getting that built. Vent there. We're probably okay to remove this then. These ladders. And then we will need power to this tile. Lead's probably fine here. Yeah, that's going to be the power socket. Able to reach the right setup. And then we're going to have the AQ on this side. Probably going to want to be a separate power wire. I actually probably want to do this like that. Kind of weird, but it kind of makes sense. Okay. Sweeping out of the items, still a thing. Okay, these are hot. It's gonna get hot again. Let's build those out, get that set up. We want to build out the other side. Okay, so technically we are kind of ready for this. This is going to be a gamble to use sedimentary rock here. But we got to do what we got to do. Let the dupes build. The pumping is good. We'll remove that once we're ready. All the sweeping is done. What happened? What's happening here? I heard the sounds of panic. What was that sound of panic, man? Heck. Everything seems good. What's going on here, man? Are we moved over the glass, I guess? Didn't really do too much for us. I guess we could move this in now. Picture pumping that area, straight up. So I guess we remove that pitcher pump and move it across. We just climb down anyways. Okay, remove these. Seems good so far. I might need to get... Actually, maybe we lower this down like 35 before it has to turn on again. I was gonna say, man, we might need another plant because it's producing a lot of pea water, dude. We will need to also remove this somehow. We'll get that in. The feed out. So we're gonna have a feed in. Makes sense. Okay, and then this is the CO2 that probably just goes into here. Pump is left side if we need that. Alright, we're gonna put a little bit of supercoolant on this. It's gonna seem weird, but I think that's gonna make sense. You never have to worry about the supercoolant too much. We just have to watch how much we drip. Do I want to put Naptha in here? Maybe. Might as well. Might as well, might as well. Okay, let's get the obsidian pump. Dupes on downtime. Okay. .5, 2.5. Might be good. Super coolant here. $11 is already too much. $3.6. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's good, right? Not bad, not bad. Sedimentary gas vent. This is gonna go somewhere. We haven't figured out where yet though, which is fine. On this setup, the liquid is good. I guess it wouldn't be bad to get an Atmos sensor in here. Atmos sensor. I guess we're always going to be pumping, but we kind of want the sensor to kind of control this. Autosave lag. If it's below 10 Celsius, this will heat up. And I guess temp shift plating this is not bad. I'm scared we might freeze the water, which is making me thinking maybe we don't want to temp shift plate this. Maybe we should do like a 30-degree then. Maybe I shouldn't have used water. That's what I'm thinking about now, man. Maybe I should have used supercooling for this as well. That would have been a lot though. 4 tiles. The other thing could be ethanol to allow a little bit of a cooler temp. I didn't think about that. Like, the tempanizer works, but if you I mean, it is water. It's gonna be hard to freeze. 30 degrees is pretty good. Yeah, 30 degrees is pretty good. The other thing could have been is like having doors here. Might have been better. A layer of doors. I think we'll be fine. We just do 30 degrees. Yeah. That should be the play. We'll heat it up a little bit. We'll pump it out. It's gonna be negative temp. Oh yeah, that might be a problem. The only other thing that we could do here to make it not as bad. Damn it, yeah, I'm worried. Ethanol would be a lot better. Yeah, feels bad. We have a lot of ethanol. That's gonna be the play. And we got to build a lot of the other stuff still. Unreachable. All right, we'll remove that as well. No. Get the mopping done. Let's get the mopping here. What's going on, Sus? Welcome in. I see you over there. I hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. Hello, hello. How are you doing, Sus? What are we building right now? Sour gas fun times. Whether it's a chiller, boiler, infinite storage, it's gonna be all three. Natty gas consumption, natty gas producer, sour gas producer. No, it's too much water. No. That's unfortunate. It wouldn't be bad to spill, I guess. Totally safe to spill. Totally safe to spill, famous last words. It's that time, it is. We got the vacuum done finally. Alright, we will eventually have water in this room. Oh no! We made steam! God damn it. What's going on, Zachy? I can't believe we made steam. Are we gonna get water in bad spots? It might not matter. It might just self-vacuum as it fills up the map. I sent them on the memes, by the way. I'll check that out in a little bit. We totally not having a bad time right now. Yep, totally not a problem. Dude. Oh, dude. This is not supposed to be pumping. Set that there. I guess it's better that we do pump this. Man, that's annoying. That's mad annoying, dude. I'm so happy we didn't open up the magma room. I was planning on doing that at some point. So we're banking on the fact that as the liquid spreads, it's going to be so thin that it deletes itself partially. I guess we are also removing a little bit of the liquid here. Looks like we're running out of space for that to happen though. Like the water is solidifying, but it's not creating any water. Oh man, that's annoying, fam. We just vacuumed it, we have to re-vacuum. God damn it. I don't know what it landed on. There was nothing hot. That was a crazy thing. Maybe the wires were hot back here. Feels bad, man. Look at that. The water is just deleting. So we're just gonna have to wait, I guess. I guess we'll just keep adding a couple of building when we can. We kind of want to wait for the water to dissipate. I guess over here we gotta have to do a proper fix. The breeze from the ladder, true. The ladder is about 180 Celsius. That is really hot. Man, I guess I'm happy it happened now before we actually broke into the diamonds. Because I was about to do that, dude. I'm gonna break into the diamonds, dude. It's time. Oh my god. Now we have to wait, though. That's the worst part about this. We have to wait for the steam to go away. Man. Like, the temperature of the steam doesn't really matter because the packet size is so small that it's going to be self-vacuuming. Like, we used to have steam in this area, but it just vacuumed itself out. Shouldn't have trusted the water, fam. Alright, we will have to release this somewhere eventually. We're just gonna pump it out. Like, what else can we really do, right? We just gotta have to pump it out. Even said the famous last word, we're just gonna drop the water. This is gonna be fine. God damn it. God damn it, man. It should be safe. Yeah. Totally safe. Now we just gotta wait for the ice to melt. This is raining so heavy in this one spot right here. Y'all ever watch the rain outside and it's like this part of the city has a lot of rain for some reason? Makes me think God's kind of like, yo man, F this spot in particular. Wapow. Hit him with extra rain. This spot sucks. How are you gonna drop the water on the 200 Celsius Abyssalite, man? Come on now. How you doing this like that? Alright, it's starting to vacuum again. Maybe? God damn it, dude. Okay, what else can we do while we're waiting for this? We technically want to trim this wall. We want to trim this too, but I don't want to open this while there's steam. Totally not going to be safe. Oh, this is dormant now. Nice. Get a little bit of the spillage right there. I guess this part's alright. Oh wait, we gotta move the ethanol into here. This is pretty good. Come on, pitcher pump the glass. That's all you gotta do. It's overheating, man. Overheating. There we go. It didn't pump the glass. That's so troll. Alright, we can mop up that tile. This is all pumpable now from here. We're gonna clear out some magma around this volcano because it's dormant now. It's gonna be kind of nice for us to keep doing this. Okay, it's doing its thing, so let's go. Go here, boys. Release the steam. Did not even give us a drop of water. 31, 32. It's just waiting for the ice to melt, it looks like. Ooh, okay. A lot of naphtha here. We gotta close that. This is gonna be steel pump. If we do want to pump it out, I don't know where we would pump it out from. Then we're gonna get this setup. It looks like building melted, finally. All right, let's go. The vacuum is back, boys. After a couple of trials and tribulations, we is a lot better. All right, cool beans. I guess we do this. Technically, that would be the better design. All right, so the natty gas comes out chilling. Good stuff. This is going to be doing the same thing. Pre-chilling a little bit of the sour gas at this point. Let them build that out. How much is here? Not enough. $185. We're gonna need more than that though. $670. Ooh, both good. Okay, should be safe, boys. Should be safe. No more adding water in here, though. Yeah, man. A little scary. We'll be careful with that. We'll be careful with that. All right, there is a little bit of contact here that we're going to want to dig out at some point. Okay, pumping out the magma. A lot of the sedimentary rock we want to remove, but we got to kind of wait for that slightly. Got to build that. We'll leave the water in here because we will need it later. Droplet of water. Sketchy. Some hot debris from when we did the door exchange. This is at 80. It's not too bad. Some of these are kind of hot though. Okay, so we will have this setup. Yeah. This is kind of ready. Run that through, run this through. Empty, empty, and then we'll see whether or not it's enough. We need to build this before continuing out the other stuff. This is going to be insulated wall right there. We'll want that to be a tile so that this is a vacuum layer. Okay, so that's good. So now we could deconstruct this ladder without worrying about getting wrecked too badly. Okay, that goes into there. Steel temp shift plate, I guess. I should wait till we get the diamond for that. Okay. This is gonna be hot sour gas. Ooh, run it like this. I could see how that works, yeah. Yeah. Gonna need a couple of these ladders to build the under part. That way we don't have the pipeline exposed, leaking out heat. It's a minor thing. Should be a good move though. 470. That should be good. If I could get another bottle though, that'd be really nice. Small bottle, not that much. Boop boop. Let's grab this one. 200. Okay, we will want to insulate this. We want to dig up to there. This is not bad. Bunch of hot material here though. Alright, gotta do the exchange again. Ethanol release. Get that built. Get that built. Way to climb up. We could remove this. Get the tile there. I guess we might want to do 1, 2 here. Climb in from the top. Okay, not bad. Alright, we're gonna let the dupes do a little... That looked like CO2 for a second. We're gonna let the dupes do a little bit of work. They know what they need to do. Alright, and I'm gonna BRB really fast. Alright, we good. A wise man once said, it should be safe. Yeah, I wanna believe he was right. I wanna believe. $500 is good. Nothing inside, right? Yep. This needs to go up still. Pretty good. A little bit hot abyssalites. Let's get the steel loader. Good stuff. Okay, so in here, we climb in from here now. We want to put in a Atmos sensor. This should be not too hot. Still, I'm a little worried. Copper over lead. And then we shouldn't need this anymore. Building melted temp shift plates. Alright, that's fine. Buildings. Get rid of the ladders there. Okay. To remove this, get a tile there. That way, if they want to leave, they go down. Get some water here from there. Hello, what's going on, Sailor Mom? Welcome in. I see you over there. Hope you're having a good one. Appreciate you for tuning in. Hello, hello. We got the new mic today. Mic check. 1, 2. We're in. But how you doing, Sailor Mom? Let us know what you think of the new mic. We need to adjust the qualities. Make sure it's all gravy. But yeah, man, it's gonna be something we're gonna need to be messing around with. Making sure all is good with the audio checks. Alright, I will do a temporary ladder then. It probably just makes too much sense to not do. It sounds great. Hey, thank you. That's awesome. It's good to know that it's sounding good. Awesome, awesome. This is probably going to be shared line, right? Yeah. Dude, we're going to be ultimate brave boy and dig this out. Totally not scared of nothing happening. Nothing bad could go wrong, right, guys? Totally nothing bad's gonna go wrong. Opening up the vacuum for the setup right there. I'm getting 2500 cycle on my game. Like it so much, I might start a new calling because of that. Yeah, the lag sucks, man. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. It sucks that you get a lot of lag like that in this game. Kind of the nature of the game being a simulation game, though. Like, simulation games really do be like that sometimes. Oh, I was gonna say, you was inside, you almost got pushed to the right side. That was almost scary. Alright, wall is in. Not bad, not bad. Alright, we do want to trim this down, but I don't want to, like, break in and remove it. I mean, I guess we could, but this side's already hugging still. I'm trying to have a colony on each planet. You can't do that. You can't do that in this game. Literally something you won't be able to do just because of the game limitations. It's funny how they kind of wanted that to be what you want to do with the multi-colony, multi-planet stuff. But it ends up that doing that just lags your game out so bad. Like, you just can't do that. It's very unfortunate. Because that was one of the things that, like, the devs wanted us to do. Alright, I don't think we're gonna need temp shift plates inside. And I guess we could seal this up now. No, it's not even computer. It's the game engine. You could have a supercomputer that needs, like, to be in a separate room that's air conditioned in order for the cooling to keep up, and it still wouldn't matter. the game engine in and of itself has the limitation. And it doesn't utilize the full capabilities of a PC. So it's like, yeah, I guess, but it's like, it wouldn't really do too much different. All right, this water being exposed is kind of scary. We're just gonna box that up for now, you know? Just be on a little bit on the safe side. No, it's not even clay. It's Unity. Unity engine is the problem. Unity. Of course, it's Unity. God damn it, dude. Oh, we're gonna need 2 steam turbines here. Maybe it'll be fine. If we just stagger it like this. That's gonna be so bad. Sir, how many batteries do you need? This is 6 rockets. That is 6 rockets worth of batteries, by the way. What's going on, Box Fox? Welcome in. I see you over there. Been lurking. Appreciate the lurks, man. Hopefully you're having a good one. But how you doing? How you doing? Yo, man, hope you're doing well, my dude. I ate too much food coma. Classic stuff. Classic stuff. Maybe doing this way doesn't really work out for the pipeline and the space we have. Basically, I gotta do a supercoolant chill. I guess we just put supercoolant here. Yeah. We'll just do supercoolant there. And then we could do another steam turbine to cool this down. I was thinking about putting an aqua tutor in here. Maybe that is the play. Let's put the AQ inside. Alright, man. We'll do it. Actually, I don't like that. I'm gonna be real. I don't want that inside. I would rather do a separate box. Alright, so this is ready. Set that up. Pump is going to where it needs to. We're gonna need to get some water there. Second turbine. And then we need to get a radiant pump inside here. The thing is that we're going to be running sour gas here. So we're going to be boiling sour gas, letting it flow in, and then cooling it down so we can pump it out into a sour gas chiller. Right, that's the idea. So how do I do this then? Kind of want to have that there, which means I probably run this on the back. And then we could do that for the cooling. Sour gas is... So think about it this way. You use 2,000 grams of petroleum for 2,000 watts. So it's 1 gram per watt, right? Natty gas is 90 grams for 800 watts. So it's a 10-factor efficiency rate. Now, you do lose a little bit of the petroleum as sulfur when you're converting it. So it's like a 2/3 thing. So even at a 2/3 rate, your 2,000 petroleum becomes 1350 natty gas. That gives you more power than the petroleum straight up. Yeah, and then you also get sulfur, which is food technically, if you have the right setup for that. So it's like, you know, it's a win-win. That being said, I'm doing it mainly because I have this pool of naphtha that we can't do anything with. So we're just gonna boil it to get sour gas. That's basically the idea. We're just trying to boil this baby. But yeah, it is better. It's really legit. Really legit. I guess we do it like that. I feel like that makes the most sense. And then we just got to get some water inside. I have sulfur from my gunk boiler, like bionic just for the gunk they produce. Oh man. Does that mean you're giving them like tallow gear bomb? Because you have to, right? Otherwise it's like you should be converting that back into the gear bomb so they could lube up. You gotta have an alternative source. Otherwise, oh, you are, okay. And apparently that gives you a happiness boost, dude, so it's not bad. Get the plus happiness. Okay, so we're doing the consumers are ready. We have a side ladder, so we could seal this, seal that now. Also seal this. I probably want a ladder down. I stopped playing Oni when Bionics came out. Yo man, the Bionics kind of mid. I will say though that the dinos are really cool. Dinos are where it's at, man. Damn, this heated up the super coolant pretty fast. It's at 100 degrees. That was cool, man. But yeah, at this point, I imagine everyone's kind of just waiting for a away team, which is going to be really cool. I hope. Going to be awesome times. Biotics are fun, but the bug of them suffocating because they want to get a gas canister is frustrating. Yep. That's the dance to death that we all know and love. The classic situation. Alright, sour gas. 161 methane, 182. So we probably do 168. Green signal is above that. Yep, and then we're gonna have to feed super coolant in here. Fun times. Sweep out the items. Okay, we gotta rebuild this. Ice temperature plates. Prioritize the tile. Okay, we're gonna have to sweep out more stuff. Okay, I think we're okay here. The vents are connected. We're just going to be releasing. We're not going to have a... Like, we should be able to just release this. How do batteries not overheat in a vacuum? Oh, these are special batteries. They're the ones you build on a rocket. Rocket stuff inherently doesn't generate heat. So anything that's a rocket is impervious to heat change, meaning that you can't melt yourself, right? Because when you do a rocket launch, you're heating up the platform, and then if you do that, you crash the game. No, it's always been like that. It's always been like that. If you've ever looked at your rockets, the platform never changes temperature, nor do any of the modules. They're just at the temperature that you build it at, unless you have a gas, I think, interacting with it. Even then, I don't think that does anything. But it's been like that because of how rockets have to be in a vacuum. They couldn't give it any way of, like, just breaking just cuz. Right? Because if you put batteries on a normal rocket, it just naturally break when you have it in space. Especially during flight, right? People are gonna be like, dude, how does this work? This seems illegal, dude. How come this doing the dangs so well? I don't understand. I don't know the temperature of everything, man. I'm gonna be real. We might just let the sulfur out here for now, just to check. Did you look at it? Oh yeah. Ah. Ooh, the pop mic filters. Oh wow. That's pretty. You use the original pictures of the people alongside with it. Oh my god. I like how you chose different dupes too, man. You guys see that? That looks so jank. At the same time, it looks so good. It kind of looked like One Punch Man style, with a very simple looking face. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. I sees you over there. I sees you over there. Chose the favorites. No, man, that's pretty good. Good stuff, good stuff. Very impressed, very impressed. Alright, we are gonna change this. Hopefully my dupes don't climb up and get stuck. That would suck. But it's a little hot. I want to just change the temperature of that stuff. Do you have hydrogen vent? I do. We choose not to use it. It's right here. You can kind of see the shape, but yeah, it's the hydrogen right there. Did you have a question regarding the hydrogen vent? Do you think they are worth opening? Yes. Hydrogen vent generates very little actual gas, so you could do a self-cooling, self-powered, self-cooling setup. Now the problem is that it's limited by how strong of an insulated tile material you have. So you have something that's kind of bad, it's going to heat up and break in like 100 cycles. But technically, with like insulite, and I'm talking about this layer eventually gets hot because of the hot hydrogen, and then it gets hot enough where the liquid you have here starts to boil. That's like a long-term thing though, right? Just because you're cooling down hydrogen directly. Well, not really hydrogen directly, but you know what I mean, right? It's like, this is going to get hot, and that's going to be a problem if you don't have active cooling on it, because you're running a self-cooling setup. It becomes a thing where adding a wheeze where it's all you really need. But it does work. It does work. Now, the thing is that, yeah, I guess it's not a lot of heat in the grand scheme of things. Right, because like I said, it's not a lot of mass per eruption, so it ends up not being that much. Which, you know, means you don't get that much fuel in the long term. But it is a constant feeding source. I guess it really depends. I don't mind it. If it was up to me, I don't mind it. Oh no, my sweep is going after there. We should be fine. Get that pumping, get these two. I guess we could move it down there as well. I'm back. What's going on, Heavy Hank? Welcome back, dude. H2 vents, yeah. Itsuritsu was wondering if I thought that the hydrogen vents were worth investing in. I think they are. I'm a fan of them. I'm a fan of them. Maybe I should put an airflow on this. Maybe we do -10. Do a negative value. Green signal if it's above -10. Yeah, we should be fine. We should be fine. We'll see how that really balances out. Alright, we will need to get a little bit super coolant inside. We'll sweep everything out with the sweeper later. We'll probably have to draw the power line out this way. Just run some iron through, and then some more lead. I want to draw some power from somewhere. How the pump doesn't overheat, that is about specific heat capacity. And design. Basically, you could force it in like a snake pattern so that it has to go through the turbines before going into the pump. Because as long as you just cool it so that it's, you know, it touches the turbine first. Right? So if, like, if you have the geyser right here, You just got to put, you know, the steam turbine and then force it up down before it gets into your pump. That way it has to go up here, interact with the steam turbine, and then go down. And then if you maintain a minimum pressure, it makes it a lot easier to manage. But yeah, that's the thing. You see the 500 Celsius and it's like, well, I mean, I can't really pump that. And it's like, it's true. You can't pump that directly. Yep. It's so reactive. It's the upside with that, right? Just so reactive, man. Okay, the Naptha locks are looking good. Probably not going to run this yet. We are likely just not going to run this. I'm just going to disconnect it before it accidentally runs. We don't have a spot for the CO2 to leave. We'll just put a pipe in thawed. Make him do that now. Yay. This ladder, I guess we could keep. I'll probably want to remove it, though. Gas is going in. Okay, seal this up so that it goes in like that. Yeah, so what you would do is you would run a mini turbine setup on top of the hydrogen. So, turbine, single tile gap, and this is the surface that the hydrogen touches. Right? So the geyser's in here. Goes up, and then it forces down. Ah, I get it. Yeah. You got it. There's a little bit of like positioning in play, like where you put the water output. And then if you wanted to self-power, you're going to be worried about how much water you have inside. Because if you put too much water, you're going to generate no power. And then it overpressurizes itself before you're able to pump it out. Because you don't have power, right? So there's a couple of those small little nuances you'd have to work out. But once you get that done, it's not too bad. Alright, super coolant. Yeah, we have a lot. Oh, alright. We're gonna have to add in the super coolant this way. Yeah, it should be fine. I'll also want to add the water. I'm a little scared. Just a little scared. We're going to start adding some water inside. Oh, man. Don't worry, man. I very rarely get super coolant. There's almost never a real necessity for it. It's very much something that it's like, for lack of better words, win more. It's like if you play Factorio, it's like you beat the game. You're just trying to crank out the signs per second, signs per minute now. Like, you really only do that if you want something to do, you know? You never really need it otherwise. So don't worry about that, man. None of this is hot. This might seem weird, super cool it inside. That's because we're going to be running this at minus 160. And if we don't run that, it's going to freeze. Just some necessary strats. Alright, we're good. Let's get that done. Put the tiles back. Alright. This is kind of scary. This goddamn ladder's at 200 Celsius. It's totally gonna be safe. Totally gonna be alright. Should have built the pole. I probably should. I probably still should. I guess I should also add in the supercoolant into the loop now. Can I actually build this? Looks like I can. I thought you did build on Eon. I did build one on the other side of the battery stack. Oh, I was thinking about that, but it's like, I don't know if I want to put it there. This is a little bit better travel based off of where we're going to be going later. I see you though. 120 divided by 4, 30 kgs per tile. I want a little bit more inside. This is going to be safe. Okay, 2 tiles there. Trying to get Plastium Tube Network. Oh my god. Plastium Tube? That's... God damn. Plastium Tube, my dude? That's impressive. That's good. That's an endeavor, dude. Like, that's a mission. My man's making a plastium tube, dude. That's a lot of work. I mean, yo man, props to you if you do get it done, but man, that's a lot of work. I put an entry in the bedroom area, make them get used to that in and out of bed. That's so much power though. 9,000 watts per, 900 watts. Wait. How much is it? 4,000 watts per launch? Is that what it is? 3,000, 4,000. It's a lot of power. It really kind of pushes your power grid to the limit. Alright, 200 per tile should be fine. I love Plastium. I see you over there, man. The tube itself is just naturally very power hungry. So every time you launch, it's a flat 3,000 or 4,000 watts you lose. It's just that the building charges 960 watts per second. Right? So this wattage is not per launch. That's how fast it charges. The tube in and of itself takes a flat amount of power. Basically, a fully charged tube access could launch 4 dupes. Oh, it's 40,000? It's 10,000 then per launch. You only get 4 launches before it runs out. You could test this. You could watch the battery drop every time a dupe goes inside. So because of that, it's like, you know, God damn. That's a lot of power. I have once had a stable colony perfectly fine. I was like, we have a little bit of extra power. Let's do something with it. Let's make some tubes. Lo and behold, I ran out of power in the colony. Is like, yeah, man, watch out. Is cool though, I guess. It's cool to a certain degree. But yeah, it is super power hungry, man. You gotta watch out for that. It allows all my power sources an opportunity to come online. This is true. Just hopefully it's, you know, not relying on a geyser. Hopefully you're not relying on a geyser to give you power for that, because you're really gonna just run out really fast. Alright, we're waiting for this tile to warm up the other tiles before we sweep more stuff inside. Super coolant's coming in, no power on this yet, just fine. We will want to run the wire out here. Oh man, all the pollution, dude. Think about the pollution. All the pollution in the world. Vent to space. Damn. That's exactly what people said about oh, Slickster's true. I was gonna say that's exactly what they said about landfills. They'll just move all the trash on a floating island, let it drift off in the ocean, and then now we have microplastics in the fish. All right, we got the liquid in, we got to move it out. It's super coolant. We're gonna be fine. Yay, this is almost ready. I think we could seal this now. Okay. No liquid in the drainer. I thought we were going to get a 100% reliable rocket to launch nuclear waste to the sun. Do you remember that idea? Will rockets ever be 100%? They can be, you just can't have humans on them. You know what I'm saying? Like RC remote control car style, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be the only way. Somehow be able to communicate with a rocket and give a command still. But that's the problem, right? Nice. Let's remove all that stuff out. Nice cold area. Let's warm it up, doing better. Okay, so what else do we gotta do here? This might be ready. Okay, start removing some ladders. It's on building, so we don't wreck anything this way. That's gonna be connected. We're gonna sweep out all the stuff once it's connected to the power. I'll try to do the snake thing on my hydrovid. Nice. Let me know how that works out, man. I was able to make a version that doesn't need steel, and I only use gold. Now, I don't want to set that as the bar. But I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's possible. Just saying it's possible, man. You don't have to do that, but you can. Dude, they're gonna build a Dyson sphere around the sun, right? Alright, got the tile built. We need to remove the ladders. Gotta build that, remove the ladders, connect this section with a tile. Oh, I can't reach this spot. Okay. That makes sense of why we can't do this then. Alright, cool. So we already have suits, so we don't need to build the extended checkpoint yet. I do want to trim off the abyssalite here, though. It's one of those things where it's like, it is kind of annoying. Start dealing with some of the hot abyssalite right there. This is still waiting to melt. So the very first run, we're going to be running from here. That's going to be our source of sour gas because we have a lot. 20 tons times 4, 80, 92 tons. That's going to be how we get started then. Oh, nice. We will need a little bit of power, so we're going to have to run some transformers inside, it looks like. Okay. Let's do another 4 right there. Do a 3 right there. Come on. Oh, you didn't do the last tile. Feels bad. Alright, now we seal this up. Okay, this is almost ready. A lot of the ladders got replaced. This got done pretty fast. We're gonna move this tile to there. You have a pro team of dupes. Nah, man. We just babysit them really hard. You ever get babysat by like the strictest babysitter? No running in the hallways. Stop moving after you just had lunch. No sugar. It's late. No more water. You know what I'm saying, man? It really do be like that sometimes. You just have to, you know, babysit them really hard. But I ate 21 minutes ago. More than 20. You know, the classic. D-Mayor is a pro. D-Mayor, man. A lot of people don't know, but D-Mayor's name is called The Mayor. People don't know this. Even though he's not even the mayor, dude. Because I am. What the heck? Alright, liquid log, liquid log. This is ready. This is ready. This is going to be the boiler set that requires us to dig in, but I want to get the supercoolant chiller upline first. These don't really matter. This is a 1920 and this is a 1200 load. Okay, so we could probably do a thing here where we hit them with the wires. So we do that, do that, do this. Do that, I don't want to build a ladder. Do that, and then we're able to run 2 lines here. Not too bad. Let's dig this so we could sweep. Replace some of the ladders. Let's remove this. This, and this. It's crazy. These airflow tiles are 180 degrees, yet they have the color of absolute 0. What a troll, dude. Y'all see this? That's 187 Celsius. It's not cold, but it looks like it is. God damn. That's super troll, dude. Oh, we could add more batteries. Unlimited power. No one ever asked if I should stop. We just keep going. More batteries. No, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay. Now we need to run in some wires. I'm gonna pivot a little bit right there. And then we're gonna run 2 wires in this way. We're gonna need to get some transformers for these babies. Alright. Temporary setups, the classic. We're gonna hit them with the classic, boys. Temporary TM. We are gonna run a cut line then. Not too bad. So this is probably not needed. We don't need to pump this corner anymore. So we're just gonna bop this wire, bop the pump, bop the automation, and the sensor. We gotta hit them with some transformers over here. More than meets the eye. Transformers. We're gonna need the joint plate for the heavy watt. Okay, get that done. Hydrate, non-stop naps. We hydrate just for you, baby. I don't know if you hear the gulps with the new mic. That is a possibility. You can hear me gulping. Oh, lag. God damn. But I see over their naps. Appreciate you. We kind of did. Nice. The new mic works, dude. Alright, so we won't get the boiler online today. We'll try to get just the chiller. The big thing is we're going to have to hit the target temperature. That's going to be kind of hard. So I want to get the power line in. I will allow it, I guess. Box Fox, man. Swiper, no swiping, dude. Know what I'm saying? Swiper, no swiping, my man. Nightbot's gonna be on that. Alright, we will have to replace these airflow tiles because they are mad hot. It was immersive. Let's go. The ASMR dreams are still alive. One of these days, man. One of these days, too legit ASMR stream. You guys gonna hear Mamba noises. The meows. Are you gonna release gas in the main cavern? At some point, yes. Not yet, though. We're gonna want to finish doing the boiler first. Getting a heat sink in. And then afterwards, we're gonna liquid lock after we get the boiler set up. And then we'll have suits here instead of all the way up top. But not yet, because I want this to be a vacuum while we go down into here. This is, you know, it's always nice to have a big room to fill up with whatever gas that accidentally explodes. You know what I'm saying? Because when that happened earlier and the water became steam in here and it self-vacuumed, you know? Because it has to expand, and then the game has something called rounding error, and it rounds down. And you know what? That kind of worked out in our favor, so I'm not really too mad about that. Wait. Naptha's not going to break in, right? Yeah, Naptha's not going to break in. Famous last words, man. You know what? I'm a little scared. We're gonna stop right there. Naptha might actually break in, dude. Just a little bit worried. These ultimate saves, that might be. I mean, you have 2-tile border below the Naptha. That's true. That is true. Alright, man. We're gonna be brave in this. We got it. We got it. Got to be the bravest. I'm the bravest around. Never gonna let you down. Alright, did we build this yet? This is... We do kind of need that deodorizing. Okay. So let's run this down there. Here. And then we're going to run that. And then we're going to need to bridge. This got done. So we're going to trim and then decon. I guess I also might want to put a tile here. I mean, we're going to open it. Yeah, I was going to say, all of that's just going to fall down. God damn it. Just put a tile there so that when items drop, it doesn't go on an unreachable ledge. Ah, man, it did that anyways. Yeah, you're right, man. I didn't think about that. I had, what do you call that? Unreasonable fears. This is gonna get a little bit warm. Okay, so we gotta build the wire. Hold up. Oh. Like that. Build the bridge, build a new wire. This is gonna be a new wire. We're gonna relieve a little bit of load, but I don't think it's gonna do too much. A lot of stuff just ain't running like the AQ. Alright, so pause. Oops. Alright, that's not connected there, it's fine. We're gonna unplug these guys. Just in case. You never know. Okay, that pipeline's going to be pulling into Naptha into the bottom later. Autosave. Great autosave. It's a great autosave, boys. Alright, this is the stuff that fell down. So sweeping that's okay. This is green signal. That is not good. We're gonna close this. I'm happy I checked that. Otherwise, we would have boiled the ethanol into a gas. We don't want that to happen. So Atmos is green signal if it's above 500 grams. Otherwise, we're gonna leave a little bit of gas in here for heat transfer. Okay. This sweep is just to move out the goods that were stuck. None of the sour gas is gonna be added in yet. We will add in some via this pipeline. I guess I do need to build this out then. And that is one thing we haven't set up yet. All right, so this comes in. We'll have a high flying pipeline. And we'll do it like so. Okay, so it's just gonna connect. It's just sour gas inside. We just gotta plug it in. Cool. So this is gonna be trying to hit target temp. So we gotta let that do its thing. This is probably gonna boil the water. Water comes back. This is super coolant. So it's not too bad. This is getting cold. Part of me is wondering if I should have put a second aqua tuner, because for a sour gas boiler design, especially using just the AQ like this and doing a heat exchanger that's kind of tight, you have this thing where the turbine's going to be hot. And I'm a little worried about that. What do we do if it breaks? We're trying to find out. I mean, it's super cool and it's not going to be gas. Pressure damage from random condenser. That's never gonna happen. Yep. Totally never. Totally never gonna happen. No, you never want to cool the turbine first. That means that the liquid heats up and you're never gonna be at the target temp. You see, look at that. That's 0 degrees. Pretty good. It's just this long way to get to 168. I'm also thinking I probably shouldn't have made this tank with the pipeline. Alright, we'll go 165. No, 168's good. Get the ice. Oh no. Good eye, Box Fox. I would have been wondering, dude, it's not chilling, dude. This is a scam, man. Let's grab the dew seeds. We don't have any dartles, it should be fine. This is starting to get hot, but it looks like the super coolant is chilling it more than it could actually warm up, which is a great sign. It's able to chill more than it's actually heating up. That's an awesome, awesome sign. Well, it's super cool, man. They better do that. It's like you ever buy like a really expensive item of something you already have, and it's like, man, it better outperform. You know what I'm saying? It's like buying a Porsche and it doesn't go 0 to 60. And you're like, man, this is a scam. This is a nice car, but dude, this is supposed to be fast. What are we doing over here? All right, the sour gas cools, it becomes naphtha. No, methane. Methane. So sour gas at minus 161 becomes methane and splits into sulfur. We're going to release sour gas in here. It's going to float in once it's cold enough, and then it's going to condense in this space. When that happens, the sour gas is going to drop down as methane and sulfur. We're going to sweep that out. The liquid gets moved out to this room, which is going to be a warm room around 0 degrees, ideally. And then it's going to convert methane, minus 161, right, into natty gas immediately. So that a lot of times means you have to over chill the sour gas so that it doesn't convert into natural gas immediately. You don't want that to do that because it's going to start mixing with the other sour gas. It's going to become a pain to kind of like separate. So a lot of times you want to over chill it, move it to a separate room. You could warm it up. The liquid gets warmed up, it becomes a gas. And then effectively, we're going to be running a counterflow. Pump it out over the sour gas that's going to be a little warm, above 100. And then pre-chill it before it gets into here. Minus 165 cool enough? It is. I'm doing the backwards math because you don't want it to be solid. So you do minus 182 and then 14 degrees Celsius. So that's what, 168, which is what we're setting it at. Right? Because I don't want to hit 167.9 and then cool it down more. I probably should be able to do that though. Go up to like 170 because you have state change leeway. But that's usually how I do the chilling. I'll try to push it as close as I can, but just do, you know, the 14 that you get from the AQ itself, right? 14 degrees Celsius cooling factor. But yeah. Dude, this is already full power, dude. How is this? Hey man, if it works, it works. This is generating so much heat already. And it's still climbing, or it's still going down. Super cool and too good, man. Super cool and too good. It's the reason why super is in its name. Temp sensor on the output of a liquid storage gives you a steady temp. Yeah, but it also means that you have to put more supercoolant inside the reservoir so that you could bring down the average, which means you're cooling more liquid. Like, that works for steady temp, but at the same time, you have to put that reservoir in a vacuum so there's no heat exchange, sit it on top of an airflow tile so there's no tile exchange. It's a little bit more work, a little bit larger footprint. I'm not really a fan of doing that. You can though. You can. There is some merit to that. But yeah. Not really going to be doing that. I like reservoirs for buffing temps on my loops. Yeah, I don't do the reservoir buffing. It is a strategy. Don't get me wrong. I'm just, you know, not a fan of using it. Dude, this is getting hot. I like to be able to exchange hot water for cold water, since you do it intermittently. This guy. Using the AQ as a ice machine. I guess it kind of works. That's like going to your fridge to get cold water. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Right? It's the same thing. It's like the fridge just chills the water for you. Your fridge is an aqua tuner, technically. And that's exactly the idea, man. You have a little bit of water in there, it's not ice, and we're just gonna, you know, grab a little bit of this. If you have surplus of power, sure. Yeah, man. Just look at the electric bill in a month and be like, dude, we gotta turn off the lights, man. God damn. It's pretty nice. A module that immediately dispenses water and you give it 25. Yeah, that's not bad. Attach a bottle filler to that. Just to make sure the dupes aren't abusing it. I'm making hydrogen, and the difference between liquid and freezing is so close to not do storage. It's yeah. Yeah. Liquid hydrogen is a weird thing. The only thing I would say is that I'm so happy you can't freeze supercoolant. Like, if you could, that would make it so much harder. But since supercoolant just does not have the ability to freeze, that's so nice. Oh, we are at temp, boys. We are at temp. Yeah, man, it'd be super tile, dude. Oh my god. We were gonna wait for the autosave. Y'all know what it is. We gotta wait for that, man. Autosave. Save me with the save state. Alright, the one thing that we might need to do is valve this. I have not opted to do this yet, as this is a single pump. Okay. Let's let her rip. This is going to be trying to cool down the room as it should. The tiles are already cold enough. 500 grams should be fair. Minus 10 should be fair too. Let's go minus 50. And then once we have a gas inside, maybe we turn this on. Oh, ha. It's never connected. No, now it's full packet size. No. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Totally fine. Totally fine. Not yet. We have to wait till we get a liquid in here first. It's already warm enough, so we don't need to connect it yet. Let the rain fall down. 7 seas. Let it wash away remedies. It's flashing. It's just not enough mass. It's not enough mass. It's disappearing, dude. What the hell is this? There's no liquid spawning. Oh, there it is. Sulfur. Sweep out the sulfur. Where's my liquid though, man? Oh, I saw a drop. Let's go. Let's go. Natty gas, yo. Pop, pop. Alright, man. We just gotta wait for the steady deliveries. Alright, so it looks like a normal gas vent is really good for this. Yep, there it is. We're starting to get some natty gas. Methane's getting pumped out. We're moving out the sulfur. We're doing a little bit of the chill setup right there. It's pumping. Ooh, comes out at 80 degrees. That's decent. Alright, so this is still really cold. So we don't actually need to change anything here yet. We could attach this now. Green signal if it's above. No, below. That's the wrong side. That's the wrong side. If it's colder than -50, kick it on. Would a high pressure vent work? You could. The thing about high pressure vent is that you would have to actually control how much gas you release. But in my experience, having just a regular gas vent is kind of perfect because 2 kgs is pretty solid. Though, if you want to kind of fiddle around with a high pressure vent and, you know, attach an Atmos sensor and let that kind of do its thing, that would work out. I just, you know, I wanted to use the gas vent because its limiting factor at 2 kg is like pretty good for this. And it's also because I have like a small boiler, theoretically. Having too much gas, it's not really built for high pressure. Want it small one so it tapers better. Yep, that's a good point. Sweetos want to eat. They have a geyser, dude. They're already eating. Dude, we have 120 tons. They're chilling on the sulfur, dude. Hey, yo, what's going on? At first, I would lose due to heat, run away, and then try to figure out cooling loops. Never got the hang of it. Gave up and played exclusively on the frozen worlds. Now I die exclusively running out of electricity. Yo, man. I read that as a... It's working, boys. Hey, yo, man. I will say, if you need help with anything, let me know. If there's any specific questions you may need. Otherwise, though, man, that's kind of the game, dude. This game is basically a thermodynamic simulator, and it makes you want to have to manage a lot of the temperature. If you want to learn basic cooling, though, I would highly recommend looking up the steam turbine aqua tuner setup. That's a little bit more... You don't want to run two. This is a good example. Steam turbine top of aqua tuner. And then pipeline kind of like this. This is the only part that matters. Everything else is just, you know, I'm cooling this area. Make sure on the way back you cool the turbine. Always on the way back, never first. And then after you cool the turbine, you feed it back in. And it's very simple. Automation line, pipeline, right before the input. There is no connection here and you bridge in. And then you get a constant loop. There's a couple of other things you might want to know, like how to prime it up. But this is the gist of it. And if you could get that done, this is going to be all you need for anything related to heat transfer. You're going to be able to cool down and heat up. Because technically, none of the heat gets deleted. It just gets put onto the aqua tuner. Which means the aqua tuner in and of itself, it's a heat source. So you could use that as a way of heating things up if you really want to. It's just very power hungry, right? 1200 watts. But yeah. Sour gas boiling. Every day we boiling. What's up, Timo? Hope you're doing well. Welcome back, welcome back. You're excited for the calculations in the sequel? I have to experience it first, man. We're going to see how they do it. I know how to make the cooling system. It's just the loops cool the areas right away. My divergent brain can't do. Oh, okay. So if you want to do base cooling, I actually do cooling on the oxygen directly. So my oxygen box right here, you can see that we have 8,000 kilograms per tile. And the oxygen is at a nice 28 Celsius. I would do that over cooling the base. So what I would recommend is cooling the oxygen. And once the oxygen is at your, you know, target temp, 24, 28, really up to what you're growing, you're going to use that to kind of maintain temperature. And then you're going to find hot spots. Let's say that you don't like the temperature of this area. You want to cool it down. You're going to want to use the Band-Aid strat. I'll show you right here. So you see this right here? 55 is a little bit on the warm side, and you want to cool this area down, let's say. You want to make a U shape. Kind of like this. Right? In my case, we kind of already have a little pit for that, so we're just going to use this. And then build a temp shift plate out of ice. Ice in this game with the temp shift plate has two things. Water in and of itself is one of the better liquids in the game. How did you get beat up? Were you at the Pokeshell farm? Y'all ever seen Crab Rave? Bunch of crabs throwing a, you know, rave at daytime. Out on the beach. It really do be like that sometimes. That's dangerous, it is. But you know what's funny, man? We have 90 tons of pea dirt still. 90 tons. We're just converting all that into sand. Yeah, they get scary mad. I used to have 400 tons. They have been doing a good job of eating though, so I want to say we're pretty good. So water is a top 3 liquid in the game. So what happens is that if you make an ice temp shift plate and then build it, the temp shift plate properties are going to average out the area here around the plate itself. And the upside is that melts the ice. What that allows is the water to spread out kind of like that. And the water, as I said, top 3 liquid is really good. How do you get water when there's no water geysers? You're guaranteed at least 1 water geyser on every playthrough, I believe. There's people used to hunt seeds in base game, and the closest thing someone's gotten was a cool steam vent on Badlands. Otherwise, you're always guaranteed at least 1 source of water. You just have to find it. All right, temperature plate. It's gonna cool. It's gonna melt. Water. That's gonna be how you want to do spot cooling, so that, you know, once you finish cooling down the area, mop up the water, move the bottle, you know, and then by doing that, you'll be able to cool down areas temporarily, and then you do the oxygen cooling for the base cooling. Now, water. Right here. Technically, I've been doing this for so long. You see this? 21 and then 5,000 kgs. I would just deconstruct my reservoir because bathrooms are positive. You consume 5 kgs per use, but you produce 11.7. So you're always going to be generating a little bit of water per duplicate that uses the restroom. So you know what that means? Small bladder is potentially a benefit because it means you generate more water. They're going to use the restroom more often, and it's not going to change how much they actually produce. So if you have a colony of small bladder dupes, you could actually make it by with very little water. Zero Dragon coming in with a prime. Think of the prime and using it on me. Welcome back to the city. Hope you've enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emote known as that reviewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Zero Dragon. I see you over there. How are you? How are you? Pokey liquid is for mutations. No. Yeah, if you want, you put water and then they become sandy shells. And then if you put ethanol, they get oak shells, I believe. Happy Friday, first of the month. Friday indeed, man. Hope you're having a good one, Zero Dragon. Also, yo, we got the new mic on the deck. I don't know how we sound. Hopefully we sound good. Kind of been, people are saying that it sound weird, sound different, sound better, sound worse. But, you know, I'm trying to get like a ballpark estimation. Let me know what you think, man. But hope you're having a good Fridays. Appreciate for the prime in the 38 months. Sounds about the same to me. That's not bad. That kind of works. This picks up my voice a little bit further away, so I don't need a huge boom pop filter, which means I think we could do more face cam streams. I'm thinking about that, man. No memes. We might resurrect the face cam streams. And then run the dual cam technology. So we get Mamba on the cam as well. I'm 100 hours in, haven't started ranching. Ranching is one of those things where you would transition to it. I wouldn't say you could skip growing crops like farming and go straight to ranching if you know how to supplement it. But that's kind of the transition. You do farming, and then you transition to ranching. That being said, it's very simple. You just find a critter you want to ranch, click on them, hit this button, database. This is the breakdown. Temperature they're going to want to be in, you kind of want them in the comfortable range. How much space they're going to need per critter, so that when you do the ranch size, you're going to be able to fit the specific amount in. So in our case, it's going to be 8 critters. Each Sweetle is going to give us is going to require 12 cells of space. So 8 times 12 is 96. After that, it's just making sure you feed them, right? In our case, it's sulfur, and we're going to get sugar. Depending on your situation, you might want to ranch something where you want the byproduct, and then every time they evolve, you're going to get meat. So we have the evolution chamber here. I hate to do this, but let's show them how it's done. Let's show them how this evolution chamber works. So what happens is that the biggest thing for ranching is you want to keep them happy. And then you want to also remove the eggs from the breeding room. A lot of times your stable that you build right here, right, so that you'd use a grooming station, is going to be mainly used as a breeding room. You're never going to want to keep eggs inside the breeding room. So you want to always sweep the eggs to a separate room. And then as a result, they're going to stay happy. Basically, the critters have a instinctual auto population control, where if there's too many of them, they are not going to have the reproductive bonus right here. Because once it gets too crowded, they kind of understand they're going to have to share the food. So you move the egg away, they're going to think that the egg is gone, and then they're going to keep being happy and producing. So the sweeper is going to be really good for that. There's other ways to do it as well. And then that's how you multiply your population. And then they become like livestock. You know, these guys, they're not happy, but it's kind of like how they have chickens in the United States. They have them, you know, being farmed for chicken breasts. And they have them in like the most miserable working conditions. And then it's like when we need to do a culling to sell some meat, you know, you pull them out. So it's kind of like that, right? They're effectively fresh meat. It's very unhappy, minus 107. And then when you need to get the meat, because you need calories, you just, you know, air quotes, evolve them, feed it to this guy maybe, and then you start cooking. But yeah, ranching is something that you would eventually do. This used to be 55 degrees. Now it's dropped down to 40. It's not bad. Something you would do as a transitionary food phase after farming, because eventually you might run out of the fertilizer you need to grow the plant. If you're running something like bristle blossoms, that might need water, right? And you might not want to sacrifice the water because you want to start making oxygen, right? Depends on your situation. And of course, what critters you have. I usually survive on bristleberries. I've yet to die from the food storage that's caused by another issue, like no water or temp issue. Is there a merit to building a transit tube system? Man. For you, no. But technically, yes. It's I hate to say it like that, but you're such a new player that there's a lot of things that you don't really understand the ins and outs of that's hurting you. Growing bristle blossoms is why you're low on water. And, you know, you not having a food issue and instead of water issue, it's kind of just a lack of understanding. I hate to say it like that, but that's really what it is. I have over 5,000 hours. I know the ins and outs of this game, and I've played this game since launch for years. People will meme that they have 1,000 hours and that's barely the tutorial. But this is a game that you will take a long time to really master or really get good at. And it's more so that this game has so much depth that it's really hard to make it work, so to speak. Like, I don't know how to really put it in other words, but it's like There's just a lot you gotta learn. But yeah, that being said, you're using your water for farming. I would avoid doing that. And it's mainly because if you don't know, your supercomputer consumes a lot of water. 50 kilograms of water per research point. 20 research points. That's 1,000 kilograms. I'm just saying, right? So one tile of water at 1,000 kilograms is what you need. So this, you researching is going to go through a lot of your starting amount of water. So growing plants that consume water on top of that is even worse, right? So yeah. So there's a lot of like weird things, nuances. And then it's like, another thing is you want to save the water for your starter source of oxidizer from the electrolyzer here. So it's one of those things where it's like, you might want to pivot from that, and that might solve most of your problems. Bristleberries are technically not good. It's only on planets that just give you all the water in the world. Like if you hover on the top left, you see no unusual features. Sometimes you'll get something called subsurface ocean, glaciers, right? Implicit map modifiers that just give you a lot of bodies of water, whether it's hot, warm, or ice, right? And those situations are going to be a lot better. Another one is mud, right? Mud is effectively dirt plus water, right? You use the sludge press, your mud becomes dirt plus water, and you can separate that. On maps that give you a lot of mud tiles, you might be able to get away with that as well. But you want to avoid using water. It's one of the better resources in the game that you kind of want to keep. And you want to keep the lukewarm water closer to 20 degrees, right? You want to leave that untouched unless you really need to. And that's because if you use hot water, it typically deletes a lot of the heat from the water. So that makes this building right here, the electrolyzer, a good spot to dump heat into. Oh, you use the half Rodriguez for the O2. Ah, you're following the O2 wiki guide. Yeah, you could use that. And that kind of works. It's just like, how do I say this? It's cheap and easy. It's not bad. It gets the job done. There's just a lot of flaws around it. It's basically like, it's buying a garlic press. Have you guys ever watched the Alton Brown, what items to buy for the kitchen? And he's like, never buy a garlic press. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, I hate utensils that only have one single use. You know what I'm saying? Basically, a half Rodriguez only tries to do a decent job of creating oxygen and filtering it. Right? It doesn't solve a lot of the problems. It doesn't really do anything else. What's a garlic press? It's kind of like the hammer. That's kind of like this. And then you put your garlic in here, and then there's like a flat board that pushes into it, and then it comes out this way. No. A garlic press is an actual tool that has like the holes in it. It's like a cheese grater that you push the garlic through. That's built specifically for that function. Right? Not the mortar and pestle. It's a tiny potato ricer for garlic. Yeah, that's a great way to put it if you know what a ricer is. So it's like you never want to buy that, but it works, right? Technically. That's kind of how I feel about the Rodriguez. The only thing it really does is give you some sort of idea that hydrogen floats to the top. It's in and of itself not a good spawn design. I feel like because of that design, people don't learn about mechanical filters. That's really good. The filter setup with the valve, right? That people learn about overflow, packet, you know, rotating packets inside and how that really filters and stuff. And then it doesn't really solve any problem. It's still like a pretty inefficient system. It doesn't really do too much, and it's, I guess if you don't want an on-demand system, that's decent. Former chef, oh nice. But yeah, I didn't look at any guides, and my first spawn design was literally this. This was my first spawn. Two electrolyzers, a pump above each one, and then a pump below each one. And then all I did was make a mechanical filter. Right, so a mechanical filter is a little bit of a nuanced setup. So it goes in, filters out, and then the unfiltered gas gets pulled out. The filtered stuff out here goes out this way and goes out to a different room. And you would build one of these per pump. And there's a little bit you will learn about how the game kind of interacts with the pipeline mechanics. It's pretty good. I would recommend that. But for the most part, yeah. The problem you run into with the half Rodriguez is because it's not pressured. And that's not really a downside, more so that it's just very basic. The pressure allows you to kind of chill everything so much better than having an unpressured room. Because the idea is that you're going to want to chill your oxygen. And the Rodriguez doesn't allow for the gas pressure to get this high. So that means chilling the gas is like very volatile. It's going to spike up and down depending on whatever temperature the liquid is at the time. I'm running my cooling off of a cold slush geyser at -10. So at some points we might get oxygen coming out at -10. Some point it might be at 0. Some points it might be at 30. And that's because the gas is being created, and when it is being created, it spawns at 70 Celsius. It immediately gets really hot. By having gas already there, it's gonna spawn and then average out the temperature with the existing gas. Not on top of that, it's also gonna allow for, you know, better cooling, because you're gonna be able to extract the cool temperature from the liquid coolant onto the gas a lot faster. And then, you know, you can process the liquid a little bit better. I mean, I feel like I'm saying a lot of things that I shouldn't say, because at the end of the day, if you're having fun and it works, go for it, you know? Like, just make sure that it gets done. Because it's like, I feel like I shouldn't be saying a lot of those things, not because it's bad advice, but it's more so that I feel like I'm approaching and kind of dictating how you should play, where it's like, you really should just have fun. I do have tutorials on YouTube. Exclamation point YouTube. It's just all out of date, and I should really redo all my tutorials. Hey, it's 2026, Too Legit City here. We're going to be showing you guys how to beat this game and not get bodied. Don't forget to like and subscribe, boys. I really should do the YouTube video tutorials for this, but yeah, this is a very nuanced game. That being said, hey yo, do you have any specific questions? Like how you asked about how do I generate water? You really just have to look for geysers that are covered like this. And then if you don't know the pro strat, you do this. And you could see that this is a cool slush geyser. Oh, I could put a priority 9 on that. Minus 10p water source. Really good. So it's like, there's a lot of little tips like that you could learn to immediately do better. The biggest thing in this game is finding a water source as fast as you can is the biggest thing a lot of people don't really look at doing. And that revolves around an aspect of the game that another, you know, overlooked aspect. Exploration. Right? Like, you have this place that you don't know what's there. You need to know where your geysers are. You need to know where your geysers are and what they are. So a lot of times you could decide whether or not you open them or you keep them closed, right? Sometimes they spawn open, like these volcanoes. And the magma is really hot, 17, 18, really hot, right? So we box them up so that we don't get bodied. But yeah, this game has a lot in store. Nah, you good, mate. Coming across this is a good way to do it than rather do this or you're wrong. Yeah, which is why it's like I could very easily tell you followed the Oni wiki kind of like new player guide. Anyone that does a half Rodriguez doesn't do it because they're a genius. They do it because they're following the guide, right? The half Rodriguez is a little bit of a like niche spawn build. And I feel like if you were to play this without a guide, you'd probably end up with something like what I showed earlier. Just a simple box and a filter setup. Because then you would learn that the biggest challenge for a spawn is not that you need to separate everything, but the power balance. Because a lot of times you're building around this building and it generates 112 grams of hydrogen, which becomes a fuel source. And spawns means that it's self-powered, right? So that means you need 800 watts for a single electrolyzer hydrogen gen combo to really work, and you need to kind of fit in all that power and be efficient somewhere along the line so that it could just be a closed loop thing, right? This is not attached to anything else. It's its own entity. And that's the goal of the spawn. By following the build guide, you don't really get to understand that. And you're just, okay, I just built this and I'm good. Not understanding that what you're trying to do is you have pump, electrolyzer, right? That's 240, 240, 120. That's 600 watts. And then you need to get a filter in. Right, so a lot of times people are just going to use the gas filter. Filter out the hydrogen, goes to the gen, and then you use the oxygen. The biggest problem is that if you don't have a storage, you're not going to be able to pull out the oxygen because your hydrogen isn't burning, or you can't power the gen because you don't have enough hydrogen inside the box yet. It's like a weird balancing point. And then it's power, right? So 240, 240, 120, 600. This is 120. 720. Now, there's one thing that's not being talked about here. You need to add water. So then you got to get a liquid pump, which is 240 watts. That pushes this over 800 easily. The next thing to do is, well, technically, if you look at this, it's not too bad because we have like 60 watts bleed over. So if you build 4 of these, which means you build 6 more of these, you'll be able to have enough leeway to port 1 pump, right? And you start getting into little weird balancing things like that in terms of getting the power to work out. But yeah, it really depends on what you want to get out of the game. Some people just want to beat it, get all the achievements, and then move on, right? Some people just want to squeeze every ounce of fun out of the game. Some people just want to play the game. So it really depends. Fully updated tutorials when Away Team comes out, and we get the bleed over from other Clay fandoms. Ooh, yo, I gotta play some more Don't Starve. What can I do with 5 full gas storages of CO2? A couple things. First thing is, if you ever lost about what to do with resources, database. Look it up, carbon dioxide. And then you'll see the uses for it. This is what produces it. You scroll down, the consumers. You could use CO2 as a way to convert regular water into polluted water, which some plants might specifically need. There's a plant here that converts carbon dioxide plus ice to give you oxalite, which is oxygen. So it's basically cold water plus CO2. There's another one here that converts water again with CO2 and dirt into just breathable oxygen. There's a critter here that eats it and gives you oil. Technically, this rocket engine is powered by carbon dioxide. So you can see I have a little propane tank of CO2 feeding into that. And this is your tier 1 rocket. That allows you to basically do a little bit of, you know, close by space. Can't go too far. You got to get the better rockets for that. But, you know, that's going to be how you could find out what to do with the resources. Sounds slick. Slick. It's not bad. Zaki, trap a dupe without toilet, crying tray, water profit. That works. That used to be old G strats, man. Last world had a teleporter. Yeah, it's pretty good. A lot of times teleporting to the second planet gives you access to different resources because it's usually different biomes. You could do that as, you know, some people don't like multiple colonies. Some people do. Play the way you want, right? I like the game because I could lean back and play with my mouse and clock out. I don't know about that, man. The dupes, they are 100% need to be babysitted, man. I don't know the number of times my dupes have gotten stuck, stood on the wrong side of the wall, or decide that they want to stand in magma while building something. They're really bad at taking care of their own well-being, so you kind of have to do that for them. But yeah, the dupes, I would say they would need to be babysitted, man. As I'm getting older, I'm realizing that the younger me loved figuring out this stuff, and older me just wants to copy and paste and go. That's perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. So if you're looking for a build design to solve a problem, I could help you out with that too. We could talk about how this design works. This is a specific design called the submerged SPOM, because the electrolyzer building is submerged in liquid. It gives you a natural filtration, so you don't have to worry about anything, and it's infinitely pressured. Meaning that if I had water to feed in, but my geyser water source right here is dormant, it would just produce, and there's no limit to how much it could produce. Whereas most of the time, you're gonna get this notification. Gas vent overpressure. Cannot produce any more gas because of that. But yeah, a lot of stuff to learn. But of course, people of chat, this is gonna be where we wrap things up for the night. This is typically when I end stream, heyo. So unfortunately, I will not be live much longer. Before we go though, let me know if there's anything you really need me to help you out with the answer. Otherwise, man, find me on Discord. Maybe catch me live next time and ask the questions again. But yeah, a lot of times, man, I would say give it a try. If you really want to learn something and no one's here to help you, options game sandbox mode. It allows you to spawn dupes on demand, allow you to build instantly, unlocks all the tech, and you get to play around with the buildings before you apply it to a run. So if you see something you've never used before, you're like, hey, what's this? Aqua tuner? Okay. Cools liquids. Okay. It's like you read it, you have an understanding, but you don't really know what it does. That's going to be a good spot to check that all out. Any building, anything like that. Maybe you want to see how hot the dupes could survive while wearing one of these protective spacesuits. Maybe you want to see how hot they could survive without all that, right? There's a lot of little things you can check out with that. But guys, thank you guys for being here. Hang out. It is going to be time for me to wrap things up for the night. The sour gas chiller, it's been working pretty well. The counterflow is not too steady. We're probably going to need to get some more sour gas fed in. This is pretty good though. The one thing we could change most likely is where the vents are. We could technically move the vents up to here probably and be okay. If anything, we could probably trim this section and then just have these be where the vents is. And then it's going to feed in a little bit faster that way. We'll see, though. It's working, so I can't really be too mad. We're already at 12 kgs of natty gas inside. And we're processing the accumulated sour gas. Pretty good. So, of course, people of chat, thank you guys for being here. Thanks for hanging out. It's going to be time to get that saving.